Does it work? Yeah, okay. Hello everyone, especially the ones also hello who are joining us via Zoom or I think YouTube stream as well. There is more people obviously online also like in here, but thank you so much for the ones who are coming or who came to Czechia and to Prague, because it's a lot of coming from all around Europe and also outside of Europe. And yeah, so essentially, I know what I really wanted to say. I was like today thinking there should be like any message, but the main thing is that we would just like to bring the latest research on co-working, collaborative workspaces. A lot of things have been happening. We have seen the pandemic. We can see the recent disruption that happened in Europe in the terms of obviously like the war that's now happening in Ukraine. And a lot of things have been changing. But I was just thinking like the main thing is that what we are seeing now, that co-working spaces are essentially coming to their essence. They developed in 2005, 2006, probably even like a bit before, and they were there essentially for us, for individuals, just to support individuals, to create networks, to support communities. And I think we're going back like to these moments, and these disruptions are essentially pushing us towards this. And then, without further ado, this is my colleague Ilaria. She's the one who is making this happen with, like financing or
with the help of a lot of people.
European.
Yes, the cost section. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Please.
So thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us, and we are very honored to be here. Prague is a beautiful city, and Marco Aurelio is very, very good in organizing, and everything is very good also in science. So I'm chair of the cost section, together with Pavel Bednar from Czech Republic, that is vice chair, and a lot of you are part of the cost section. The cost section is a European project. This specific cost section focuses on new working spaces and the impact on the periphery. So we are very honored to co-host and co-organize this Coworking Symposium. There will be several presentations from cost section members. Also, Marco is a cost action member, and we hope to you a very interesting and nice morning. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. And yeah, Ilaria is our first speaker together with Pavel, who we will all join later or now. It's up to you. Okay, so please go ahead and continue.
Now we will present the new edited book by Routledge that has been co-edited by myself, Mina Di Marino, that couldn't be here today, unfortunately, and Pavel Bednar, that is the vice chair of the cost section. So I give the floor to Pavel for the first half of the presentation. Thank you.
So thank you very much for introduction by Ilaria and as well Marco Aurelio, which is very great for us. And of course, under our very large project, the Geography of New Working Spaces and Impact on the Periphery, which is a code you just see, we would like to introduce the largest book, which is really one of the greatest output of our work. So this is the title, this is the cover of our work, and the title, it took almost, I think, 3 rounds how to figure out with the title of the book to have a very catchy title. So finally we decided to go for the COVID-19 pandemic and the future of working spaces. And this book was edited by our 3. And of course the most important is, but not only these 3 editors, as Ilaria Mariotti, Mina Di Marino, and me, but we are very thankful to other plenty of people who contributed to the book for their very, very hard and very tough work. So what about the ideas for the book? This is the issue. Of course, the firstly is just there is a specific series of book, Routledge, by Routledge, so Regions and Cities book series. So generally we discuss this issue that this is the best place where to put our book as well. And of course we have plenty very great people, not only senior researchers, but as well as the youngest ones. So this is the reason we would like to invite them to writing this book. This is the other issue. And of course, we need to consider that new working spaces and generally working spaces are really very great issue for writing the book regarding, for example, this phenomena, and of course this very emerging issue regarding to regional and specifically urban development, changing, for example, our places, our work and life. This is the next issue. And of course, we need to consider that new working spaces as a very, very important tool for making and creating resilient communities through the world, and of course, specifically in Prague and other large cities, but as well as in rural areas. And of course, this book just deals with the toughest time after the 1945 for all people through the world. And of course, we met with COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, this was very specific circumstances and conditions under which this book was written. So novelty was just about, I think the most important issue here is just that we collected plenty of papers from interdisciplinary perspectives. This is the most important issue, that we employed geographers, economists, planners, right, and other people, for example, from all social sciences, which couldn't imagine to help us with writing this book. And of course, we need to consider that this data for this book was collected under the COVID-19 pandemic. So you know how was difficult to collect all such data there. So you see that, for example, how many countries and how many members contributed. Okay, finally, Czech Republic is in the first place for this time. But of course, you see, for example, which is already European, as well as we have colleagues from the United States and Canada. So this is the reason why it's very perfect. And of course, very, very great to see there is plenty of contributors from such countries. Okay, next slide. And of course, finally, we need to discuss about the aims of the book. There are 3 of them. Firstly, to start, for example, with debate, how, for example, deal with issues between COVID-19 pandemic and co-working spaces, because of course there is 2 different conditions which we would like to combine together. So generally, firstly, we discuss the issue about the business models, for example, how co-working spaces change their entrepreneurial activities and other stuff which are considered with that. And of course, how about, for example, you as co-workers or as people who are owners of these co-working spaces. And of course, the next one, we need to consider that co-working spaces are located in the space. So generally, we need to consider how about, for example, other social economics factors which can have an impact on co-working spaces, specifically under the COVID-19 pandemics. And of course, this is the issue, how about, for example, before and after. I mean, for example, before the COVID-19 pandemic and during the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, today is a challenge, what about after the COVID-19 pandemic, so post-pandemic times, we'll see. And of course, this is really the third issue, for example, that we need to consider, how about the urban planners, urban developers, real estate issues, and other things which are considered as an impact factor for co-working and living in co-working spaces. And for example, for our research issues, we need to say that we use plenty of methods, different methods. So you see that we combine qualitative analysis, so plenty of different methods for collecting data for the analysis. And of course, as well as spatial analysis, okay, which I love it because I'm a geographer, so this is great for me. And of course, finally, we use quantitative analysis like surveys and other secondary data sets, which would be very, very great for other staff. And last but not least, of course, we are also combined all these staff. So this is everything from my side. And the second part, I would like to invite Ilaria Mariotti for the second time to present the second part of this presentation.
Okay, thank you, Pavel. What is also interesting to say is that this edited book is open access, so you can easily go to Routledge website and you can download it and read. Another issue. Sorry, it doesn't work. If you can. Okay, and another issue that I would like to know is that the regional studies is a part of a series of the Regional Studies Association discussing about the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we also thank the Regional Studies Association that accepted this publication. So the book is divided into three main parts. The first is about the socioeconomic impacts of the COVID pandemic on new working spaces. This is what we call as an umbrella term for co-working spaces, maker spaces, fab labs, innovation hubs, and so on. The second is about the role of new working spaces in urban and regional development and policy and planning debates. And the third part is about new working spaces and the work lives of co-workers and the remote workers. As Pavel already said, 20 countries, the book chapters refer to analysis, and the authors come from 20 countries. They are 55 authors. Most of them are members of the cost section. This can be considered a deliverable of our cost section. As you can see, in the first part, we have studies about Italy and UK, Czech Republic, Slovakia and Italy, Poland, Slovakia, Estonia and Czech Republic, Lebanon, so these are the authors, Lebanon and the US. So the issue... see. That's why it doesn't work. Okay, sorry. So the issue about the socioeconomic impacts of the COVID pandemic on new working spaces, look at these chapters, look at the change in the business model, the fact that from face-to-face interaction, co-workers, the users of new working spaces went to hybrid strategies, had to choose hybrid strategies. As we said, these chapters refer to the first period of the pandemic, so till the middle of 2021, and what the authors analyze is what has happened even later and even nowadays. So this really exogenous shock had effects on the way of living and on the way co-working spaces and users behave and work together. So this was these book chapters, as we said, adopted different methodologies and also a novel framework like the analysis of the data on social media like Twitter, as in the first book chapter. Okay, and then there is the second part where that mainly focused on the role of new working space in urban and regional development and the policy and planning debates. So these chapters look at the policy tools, the policy measures that have been adopted, the first policy measures. Nowadays we have other new policy measures. We have a renewed interest between and the link between the core areas and the peripheries, the periphery of cities, but also the rural and peripheral areas. We have interesting examples and comparison between France and Portugal and Malta and Norway. And what is interesting here is also to look at the impact of these new working modalities on the work-life balance. So, for instance, hybrid, these spaces became hybrid, and there was also a new thinking about the city. So the cities, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, enhanced the near working strategy. And so we have also policy measures like the 50 minutes or X minutes city that has been analyzed by our colleagues from Malta. Then there is the last section. I'm not very lucky. Yes, sorry. There is the last section about work lives and co-workers and the remote workers. This is an issue that nowadays we are experiencing. Nowadays we read almost every day about beautiful cities, beautiful places by the sea, for instance, where remote workers go and work, where digital nomads, now this increase of digital nomads also in Prague. So we try in this section, we tried to understand the community, how the community moved from physical to virtual community. So co-working spaces became more and more virtual community. Of course, face-to-face contacts are important, physical proximity is important. This is what the urban and regional economy says, no? Space matters. But due to the pandemic, they changed their way of behaving. There is the issue of flexible style also for academicians, because even the academicians are workers. And there is the issue of the renewed interest of rural areas, of areas with a higher work-life balance, a higher quality of life, and therefore a better work-life balance. And then there is an issue also about the effects of these new digital nomads, of these new remote workers that decide to move from the city to rural and peripheral areas. So how these new trends, this new migration should be considered and managed also by the policy tools. So final remarks, we said already that several disciplines contributed to write the book, and I have to say that some scenarios, the scenarios that we have lived during the lockdown, but even afterwards, have been in a way predicted. So we are also we were very scared, no, in writing this book, because we said, what are we writing and what will happen afterwards? I think that we predicted most of the things, and let's hope that the remote working, that is, I think, the only positive impact of the COVID pandemic, will go on and will also improve our work and life balance. So I thank you very much for this, for having allowed us to present our book, and it's open access, so please download and read. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll ask you, Pavel and Ilaria, to join me on stage because we accept questions. Hi, my name is Michal. I was asked by my nice colleague, Marco, to check the time and also take the questions. Yes, we have one in front. We'll use the microphone because we're streaming. Hi, guys, on the online stream. Thank you for joining us.
Should I stand, or is it?
It's up to you.
So I don't know if you'll know this yet or not, but a lot of the conversation around what COVID will do for co-working spaces has been about kind of longer-term impact, that they may really thrive because of so much remote work and people needing the social environment of co-working. And I'm wondering if you have any data yet in your book or after your book that reflects on that. How are co-working spaces doing now? Or have they yet had a chance to kind of find that out, how they're going to do?
Okay, thank you. I can,
Wow.
Okay, yes, thank you for this question. Yes, in our book chapters, the authors analyzed specific cases, and for instance, if we think about the business model and we think about how companies are behaving nowadays, they are more and more investing in a so-called dispersed geographical offices that are dispersed geographically to be closer to their workers. So there is also a strategy developed by the multinational companies, for instance, mainly large companies, but also by public institutions to open branches or to rent, for instance, offices or meeting rooms in co-working spaces in also peripheral and rural areas in order to be closer to their workers. So then there are differences about among cities. So we ran a study about Milan. We saw the exit of workers from Milan during the lockdown, and we saw that these workers were more and more living in the first ring outside the city of Milan, where there was a concentration of remote workers. So, and there are differences. Now, New York had a higher impact, San Francisco a higher impact, London a higher impact than Milan. But we should really look at the data. Statistical data are always very late. But if you use, as we did for the case of Milan, for instance, mobile data, you can really see what is happening. So I don't know if I answered to your question.
I guess I was curious more about your
The book.
clearly in the short term, COVID has been devastating for co-working, or was devastating
Yes.
for co-working. In the longer term, there's a lot of discussion about how it will help co-working, how it may help co-working. I'm assuming your data right now is too early to tell that, but I'm wondering if you have an inclination for the long-term impact in the future, the future impact of COVID on co-working.
Okay, I'm positive about the future impact of on co-working because, for instance, about a study that we ran in Italy about all co-working spaces in Italy, we saw that there was a drop during the lockdown, but then they came back to the original number, and and also new co-working spaces were opened up in peripheral and rural areas to attract remote workers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
we can do one more short question.
yeah, okay, no problem.
And we have one in the back. Okay, so. Yeah, Pavel, if you want to help.
No, just please, the next one, I think.
Thank you. It's open? Yeah. Thank you, Ilaria, and everyone for the contribution. I think it's a great work. I have a question like, have you thought of how governments can incentivize like using co-working spaces, perhaps with a, let's say, a public-private partnership in order to, let's say, improve the circumstances in shrinking cities or in former industrial towns that are desperately in need of youth centers or co-working spaces? This is the first thing. And the second is, this relates also to the second question that have you thought of how these fees that, for example, I see in the case of Albania, the fees that co-workers used to pay, let's say 50 euros per month, 5 years ago, that made a lot of sense. But now if they pay the same amount of money, it's really like not feasible because of higher costs. So have you thought that this is becoming a problem? So basically the inflation and the higher cost of everything, basically. And that's why I think it has to go also with the help of the government in a way. So we have to think of ways how to push the co-working to stand in, especially in peripheral cities. So thank you.
Okay, so just thank you very much for the question, but we need to still consider that, of course, this is a really place-based policies, right? So after that, we need to consider that there is a different hierarchies of policies. So you have national policies, regional policies, and city policies. And of course, it depends on the country and of the region. However, what you can say, for example, about the Czech Republic, so just generally said, we have an instance, just specific national policy for helping co-working spaces for other collaborative platforms. It really depends on the specific, how, for example, regional centers or regional offices would like to cover, for example, that if they're able to cooperate with firms, companies, or with co-working spaces for, let's say, creating specific tools for them, as well as just generally that there is some specific calls for creating creative hubs in the Czech Republic, which could be, for example, a source or a source for developing such issues, which is really difficult because, of course, co-working spaces could be considered as other collaborative platforms. Most of them could be connected with creative industry. So after that, we can, for example, find for some specific incentives and support for such creative industries, which could be, for example, sources for the money. And regarding to the second question, I think this is a great connection, which you have already mentioned, between the COVID-19 pandemic, right, and current war crisis in Ukraine, because of increasing, for example, leading to increasing prices for energy. And I think this could be two challenges for global challenges for co-working spaces, specifically within the European Union as well as developed countries here. So generally said that I think that the long-term impact of COVID-19 pandemic is just to say that we've considered that online, for example, communication has a sense regarding to attracting other people to work from a remote area specifically. This is the first issue. And generally, what we, for example, see in Prague and other cities like Warsaw or let's say also Bratislava, for example, that we need to consider there is a really internationalization of the co-working space market, right? So generally said, if we see, for example, case of Prague, for example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, only independently run co-working spaces were closed due to lack of money for the operations. And of course, the issue is, for example, how global networks of co-working spaces, specifically, like, for example, Impact Hub, for example, because they have a power, they have money, they have experience. So it's an issue. For example, we go for a remote area, specifically in our city in Zlín, right? So now we have I do like to see that it's not promotion of Impact Hub in Zlín, yeah? But of course, we need to say that, of course, previously we had only two small co-working spaces, one led by the university, and the second by only, let's say, three former students from our Faculty of Multimedia Communications. And when Impact Hub came to the city, like Zlín, with only 17,000 inhabitants, so finally it's an absolutely different story, because they have plenty of spaces, experiences, and of course, plenty of sources for accommodating plethora of events, for example, and of course mentoring and other staff. Yeah, so this is the reason that we need to consider critical mass, right, for co-workers, and secondly, we need to consider who has the money and sources for accommodate such people and provided them with not only with places but with experiences, with help for entrepreneurship, because of course the primary issue for us as peripheries is to keep and remain creative class in our periphery areas. This is the main issue for us, right?
Thank you very much, Ilaria and Pavel. We don't have time for another questions, but I ask you can continue the discussion during the coffee break and during the lunch. So thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you very much.
Maybe one small organization for the speakers. After your talks, please visit the technicians. They will take out your microphones. And before your talks, please visit them. They will put the ports on. And now I would like to ask Luis to present the transition from community-centered to home-based workspaces during the pandemic.
Right, thank you. Morning, everyone. And thank you to Marco as well for inviting me along today. Yeah, I'm here to talk to you about some research that I conducted during the pandemic, before the pandemic, and looking specifically at how co-workers adapted. My research did adapt as well, because that wasn't the original focus of the research. Aha. So, as we all know, co-workers were obviously part of those that were also having to social isolate during the pandemic. And some of their main reasons, as I'm sure we're all aware, are their reasons for using co-working spaces. Are those opportunities for social interaction, for reducing feelings of social isolation, to feel part of a community, and also to increase their productivity. So how did they particularly feel about being moved towards enforced home-based working during the pandemic? So my research was originally looking 2019 looking at how, well, different business models of co-working spaces in the UK. And given the pandemic, that sort of put a halt to that. So I adjusted myself in terms of my research and looked, my main research question was, what are the main areas of adjustment made by co-workers from co-working, using co-working spaces to home-based working? And looking at some of the literature around home-based working, in particular, there's a lot around boundary management and how to manage that relationship between your work role and your personal role, especially when it's all taking place in the same physical space. So there's work around, Nipper Eng talks about boundary management and how you can do that, and that is linked to the socio-materiality theoretical lens by Olikowski, where you're putting your social and emotional connotations to everything that's physical, and sort of cultural influences around how you view spaces and what everything to do with your life. And in terms of boundary management, there are lots of different approaches to how to manage those boundaries according to the literature. Your physical spaces, going to a specific space in your location to work, using a particular desk, using a particular chair. Your psychological boundaries are around your psychological boundaries around that's not my phone, is it? I don't think it is mine. And it's really then the sort of temporal boundaries that you can put around it, those social element, those sorts of timings that you would. So working at particular times on particular times of the day, doing things at particular times, and that helps to establish that balance between work and life. Spatial objects, using a work laptop, a work phone, rather than your own personal ones. And it's all about establishing work-life balance, obviously when you're working at home, and some interesting research looking at by Munker Jordan, Edelson and Powell that talk about the social and emotional support of working from home, in that when I think they look at entrepreneurs and family businesses, so having that emotional support in terms of the spousal system and how you can offload work concerns to your spouse, and they're maybe not as interested as they would be if you were in a business in a different location. There are also areas about work intensification when you're working at home. Masmania, Olikowski and Yates talk about always being on and work intensification, struggling segmenters as well, people who find it difficult to segment the work and family role that they've got, and always, technology has enabled you to always be checking your phone, checking your work emails. And then, of course, you've got your ergonomic issues as well, so your desk and all the health issues that can come with seating. So they're some of the key areas of the literature around work-based, home-based working. So the research that I did, a small study doing semi-structured interviews with 5 co-workers. And they were based across 2 different co-working spaces in the UK. A small sample, I appreciate that, but I interviewed them 3 times. First time was when they were using the co-working space, and that was in 2019, when my original focus was to look at their reasons for using co-working spaces, what the challenges were, what the benefits were. So that was face-to-face, taking place in the co-working space. So then pandemic hit. A year later, I approached them and asked them to take part in a live online interview over Zoom, questioning them about how they had adapted to working from home. What is a typical day for them now? How have they adapted? What are they missing most from the co-working space? And then I interviewed them again in spring earlier this year, again to see their current working arrangements. How had they adapted? Had they gone back to using co-working spaces or not? So the the interviews were obviously recorded, and then the analysis was done, firstly looking for thematic codes from time 2, because I was looking mainly at how they had adapted. And then I'd looked back to see, well, how did they deal with that issue when they were in the co-working space in time 1? And then at time 3, how had they adapted? So if it was looking at their working space, what I was seeing what they were doing at time 2, and then I went back to time 1 to see what their desired approach was when they were using the co-working space. So it's sort of backwards and forwards analysis. So they are the participants. As I said, a small sample, but interesting to get the rich data that we had. Only one female was in there. A couple of self-employed people, some employed people as well who use the co-working spaces. Their employers paid for them to use the co-working spaces as well. So moving on, there. So these are the findings. These are the themes that arose from my analysis in terms of the main adaptations that they made. So first of all, looking at the psychological adjustments. And I've put on there some of the quotes that the co-workers were saying. So in terms of boundary management, they used spatial borders a lot, using spatial objects, spaces in their home to sort of segment there and create the rhythms of the day and the control that you can get from establishing the boundaries between your home and your work life. So they used either spaces in their home. One co-worker had a garden office because they'd used it before, and then they'd return to the garden office, they returned to the garden, they said. Others had decided to rent an office as well, so they tried home working during the start of the pandemic, and it wasn't working for them. There was 2 of them sharing a small flat, and that wasn't working, so they decided that the 2 of them would rent a small office. And another one used, was able to use a client's office, so someone that they worked with, and no one else was in that office, so they were allowed to go and do that. And I think that flexibility of, as they are co-workers, they do have flexibility, that allowed them to adapt a little bit easier. Temporal borders, so it's relating to time, they were quite good at that as well. Most of them were, they had a start and a finish time. They worked 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, because that's how their clients worked as well, and that fit with them. They had a clear lunch break. In terms of organising work, that had changed slightly. They'd, I think during time 2 and time 3, when I interviewed them, they were 1 or 2 were adopting deep and shallow work. So having the shallow work for, I think they had it in 3 blocks during the day of 4 hours. So an hour of shallow work where you're answering emails, looking at the internet or doing some research for whatever you need to do, and then turn everything off and get down to some deep work and really concentrate on that. And they found that was needed, later on as they were adapting. There were some though, or there was one. He talked about, and I classed him as a struggling segmenter, even at time 1, he was talking about the value of the co-working space, having a start and an end to the day. And I'm on the bus and I go home, and that's work done, laptops away, it's all done. Whereas time 2 was like, just at the moment we're really busy, so I'm getting the laptop back out on an evening, and I'm doing a bit more work. And then at time 3, he's like, no, if you talked to me a few weeks ago, I was fine, but now I'm really struggling again, and I'm getting the laptop out. So he did carry on being a struggling segmenter. And I think that was because he was working at home rather than at the co-working space. Some physical adjustments they made, some ergonomic issues that they had. When they were in the co-working space, the users enjoyed activity-based working. They would move to different spaces depending on what sort of role they were doing, whether it was phone calls, whether it was chatting to other people, whether it was having some concentrated time. So when they had adjusted to home-based working, one had talked about trying every room in the house to try and find the right space. All the daughters' bedrooms that they'd tried, and eventually he'd found somewhere that was okay. And time 3 as well, he was still talking about the struggle that they were experiencing. So he was still working at home and having the difficulty working at the kitchen table or in the dining room and having the camera on when you're on a Zoom call and your family's walking past. So some issues there around the actual physical space. And some of them used the standing up bench in the co-working space as well, and they didn't have that option when they were at home. Distractions in the co-working space were positive distractions. They liked that. That was some of the reasons why they went to the space, to have that, to socialise, to see other people, to get a different perspective. Whereas at home, distractions were very different. It was putting the washing on, or answering the door, or taking parcels, deliveries, that sort of thing. Washing my car, we talked about. That's quite a big distraction. Okay. And then just the social interactions that they found very difficult to adjust to. So obviously you go to a co-working space for those social interactions. And that was often the most cited thing that they were missing from the, being able to just have a coffee break and go and talk to someone. And it was very difficult to mimic that online because, you're obviously online for a purpose and a reason, so you don't get that serendipitous interaction. It's very instrumental. And they did talk about the emotional support was lacking. Just being around other people who are also working in your sort of industry or just having a work role that you can offload certain emotional things with them, and rather than put that onto your spouse and the emotional support. So just to conclude then, is that some of the adaptations were more difficult than others for the co-workers. I think because of their flexibility, they did find the spatial boundaries and the temporal boundaries quite relatively easy to adapt to for the majority of them, given how independent workers they are, compared to perhaps, your average office worker. Physical environment was not as important to them at time 2 and time 3. When you have your co-working space and it offers you all of the activity-based working and a nice, homely, inspiring design and everything like that, for them at this point, for the sample, the people I talked to, it wasn't as important. But maybe that needs to be drawn back in a little bit more. And yes, social interaction is that most difficult element to replicate. So just a couple of recommendations there around what maybe co-working spaces can do to link to some of the adjustments, was to market the psychological boundaries, just to market the space as a way to, away from home, and to establish those rhythms that you've got in life and your routine and everything, time-wise, and reduce the chance to overwork, I'm suggesting. Offer homely environments as well to bridge the gap between home and coming to work again. So homely, inspiring surroundings with ergonomic seating, lots more privacy booths to allow for Zoom calls and that sort of thing. And the sense of community is the most important thing for them to have, so to activate that sense of community once again. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We have time for a question.
Thank you.
Okay, in the back.
Hello. Thanks, Louise. Can I ask, as you were doing all this, what I want to tickle a comment about mental health. And as you were researching this, did you notice an up or a down in mental health? And was there anything that you I don't know, particularly scared you, like, oh my God, that is really severe, and we're not talking, like, mental health is a huge thing. So in that very garbled question, something about mental health, please.
Something about mental health. Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of them was talking about the sense of social isolation being there. So a young individual who lives in a flat on his own, he's recognised afterwards, that he definitely needs that social interaction. He was struggling with, socialising online with people. Others were talking about well-being and being able to, to go out for a walk, and that helped with their mental health and helped with the structures. I don't know if the struggling segmenter was a little bit struggling, well, not only to segment, but also to have that sort of downtime from work because it was always there. Interestingly, at time 3, he'd bought a dog, a family dog, and that was helping with the mental health, helping to get him out, helping with, structuring the day a little bit more because he needed to get out.
Do you think, I mean, it may not have been in the research you did, but generally speaking, do you think employees and employers and companies took enough responsibility for the mental health of their people? Because there was this, like, we went home, and also there's a huge part about, I don't know, obviously I didn't do this, but like men just assumed women would take care of the children. So there was like all the men did their job thing, like, Neanderthal hunter-gatherers, and all the women did their jobs and did all the childcare. So that was a big thing. Did anything come up for you like that?
Well, the chap that had the garden office, he found that very useful to be away from homeschooling. So he was out in the garden and his wife was dealing with the homeschooling. But, before the pandemic, he was the one that did the school run and did all of that, and work sort of structured around that. So he had a bit more flexibility, whereas when it was home-based working, his wife dealt with the children in that sense.
I think the question was more about a woman working from home. Sorry. No, I think the question was more about how were women finding working from home. That was where I meant.
Okay.
Not the man anyway. Because I have customers. They have around 2,000 employees. Well, 18 and then 1,200 employees. And when I'm talking, they're especially female who are young and have kids, they struggle more than female who are above 35 and have kids. But anyways.
I mean, in the literature it talks about that. Obviously the older women had more of the childcare responsibilities, and the home-based working, even before the pandemic, talked about that gender divide and the gender roles that you adopt when working from home. For my research, I only had one woman in my sample, and she didn't have any children, so it was difficult to tell from that. But the literature does support the difficulties that women with children have in assuming that role.
Louise, thank you very much for your talk. Thank you for sharing your
ideas. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I would ask Vasilis to share his results from Coworking, Pandemic Nomads, and the impact on the city.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. Sorry before about the phone ringing and Murphy's Law. You go away, something happens, you have to come back. I'm going to talk about the pandemic plus nomads plus pandemic nomads, plus the impact that these flows have to the city. So actually, these are the findings, or some of the findings, of a research project. That's the Urban Co-work project. Great. That we started back in January 2020, and it finishes in a month. So we're going to have a last co-working conference on co-working in January in Athens. And most of you, some of you, are going to present a paper there. So the Urban Co-work project did a lot of research on co-working spaces and their relations with the city of Athens and Berlin. So we had Athens, Berlin, and we've done also some other interviews with people from London. And today I'm going to talk about, Oops. Okay, I can't read it either. You mean? Okay, so if you go back to Athens 10 years ago, 8 years ago, up to 2015, 2016, and you visited the about 15, 20 collaborative workspace, co-working space in the city center of Athens, mainly you're going to find, startuppers plus some communities of freelancers from CCIs. And at that time, Athens and the Greek economy had been severely hit by the crisis. So imagine that the unemployment rate peaked at about 35%, and that was 50% for those until, up to 25 years old, the younger ones. So there were also some funded projects from the European Commission, the national funded projects, that also gave some money for the development of co-working spaces in Athens, and they were aiming to activate the unemployed youth. And with the project that it started in 2020, and of course it was during the pandemic, so everything happened through Zoom calls, but also we visited a few places. In between the lockdowns, we had many hours of participant observation in these places. And we've mapped something like 42 places in Athens. And we had also about 60 interviews in Athens and Berlin with co-workers, hosts, managers, and the like. And especially in Athens, what we found is that about 50% of the persons that we were meeting in co-working spaces were digital nomads, or the press also called them pandemic nomads, and we tried to find a definition like people that were either forced by national lockdowns to abandon their usual workplace, and some others have chosen to join for the first time a collaborative workspace during the pandemic in order to combat feelings of isolation that the lockdowns have caused. And, you can imagine if you live in London in a 40 square meter place and there is a very strict lockdown, it's better to take the plane, go to Athens, that the lockdowns were not that tough, or visit Crete, Thessaly, Peloponnese, hot places for digital nomads in the past few years. So that was a major shift. So from freelancers and startuppers, we went to digital nomads and pandemic nomads, and this had a lot of impacts. First of all, in the operation of the co-working spaces, and second, we encountered some impacts on the economy and social relations in Athens. And of course, this is not a standalone phenomenon. Athens has developed the last 8 years through careful planning and city branding as a top tourist destination in Europe. Before that, you were coming to Athens for a day and then you were visiting the Greek islands. That was the model. But now people stay in Athens. And actually, in the municipality of Athens, which is the core of the city, so about 500,000 people live there, we have something like 35,000 apartments in Airbnb, short-term rentals. So you can imagine the volume of tourism in the city center of Athens. And of course, it has become a top tourist destination, not only because of the city branding, but because it's still a cheap city to live, low cost of living, and rent in comparison to other European capitals. And of course, it's very close to Greek islands, so you can visit the islands as well. Another initiative that really helped the move of digital nomads to Greece and Athens was the introduction of the digital nomad visa by the Greek state about 15 months ago. And of course, it gave a lot of incentives to these people to come and reside in Athens or Greece for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. And especially tax incentives. for moving their business. And in the first month of its operation, the digital nomad visa received something like 3,000 applications. And of course, there are some other reports that look at the waves of digital nomads and say that in Greece, those people have doubled between 2021. Another report shows that Athens, between 2017 and 2021, has recorded the fourth fastest growth rate among digital nomads after Playa del Carmen, Medellin, and Cancun. So you can imagine how many people were coming to Athens during the pandemic in the last 2 years, the last 3 years. And there are a few impacts that I would like to refer to. So from me supporting mechanism of freelancers and start-uppers, collaborative workspaces in Athens gradually became a hospitality infrastructure for all these people that are on the move. And of course, the emergence, we had the emergence of some new forms of co-working, like the co-living spaces that you find it in Athens, but also you find it in Crete, in Thessaly. Strong communities, big communities of digital nomads go to these co-living spaces, but also hotels right now incorporate co-working in their basements to facilitate this kind of people. And of course, in co-working spaces, we have now the daily passes that didn't exist before. And that means that although this enriches the flexibility of co-working, may cause some disruptions to the everyday workflow of the place, and as we call it, a deterritorialization of traditional user communities that you usually found there. And of course, we have seen that this high demand of hot desks in co-working spaces resulted in an increase of the price of the monthly pass. So from 100 euro that was in 2016 to 150, and now it's 180, 200 euros in the last month I've seen in a couple of spaces. So actually this increased a lot the price that you pay for a hot desk in a monthly basis. So if you zoom out and you see the role of these spaces in Athens, you can see that they are gateways and entry points into the city for these digital nomads. So apart from a nice environment to call work that facilitates remote working, collaborative workspace seems to channel nomads in the city, proposing specific amenities, events, and places of consumption, restaurants, bars. There are pub crawls, there are gallery tours that are organized by co-working spaces and like. And of course, co-working spaces facilitate processes of arriving and immersing in a new place, so co-workers get valuable information about where to go, about the real estate market in Athens, and of course the urban lifestyle. And of course, this kind of people can enrich the social capital of the city, and they can enrich city life with their experiences, but also they can enrich the professional networks of co-working spaces, enriching the local bases, the global pipelines through the networks with their clients, the international clients, and all this can result to the internationalization of co-working in Athens. However, there are also some negative externalities from this move of people, because you've seen that there are reports that say that 34% of digital nomads earn annually between $50,000 and $100,000. Another 33% goes up to $250,000. And looking at the average annual income in Greece, which is 16,000 euros, you can see that there is an imbalance here. So digital nomads can exercise their economic superiority coming to southern Europe, to places like Greece, southern Spain, southern Italy, Portugal, which has recorded probably the highest number of digital nomads in the last 4 or 5 years. So there is a geographic arbitrage, and they exercise an economic superiority. So digital nomads can push urban consumption real estate prices contributed to the ongoing touristification and gentrification processes of the city center of Athens. So I'm not saying that they are causing touristification, but they are adding up to the existing norms. And of course, they are introducing or they're pushing urban consumption, and that brings to the fore some new patterns of urban consumption, displacing other more traditional ones. Okay, so we've got 2 minutes. So we see co-working spaces in Athens as a valuable component of an urban system, a large urban assemblage that has entered a path of neoliberal metamorphosis in the last few 10, 12 years, with tourism being its flagship. But from our point of view, and looking at how co-working spaces have started in Athens, I think that we still need to consider them as social infrastructures that can assist young professionals cope with labor precariousness, cater as meeting places for the local social economy, assisting to build solidarity communities as they did in the beginning of the crisis, and act as community centers for the Athenian neighborhoods. So I'm trying to think what's next, because we know that, as it says there, freelancers are the fastest growing segment of the European labor market. Different kinds of statistics show that there will be more remote working in the next few years, probably more digital nomads. I don't know if it is, millennials that are looking for meaningful employment and they are turning to freelancing and remote working. And I think remote working it can be associated to meaningful employment. But then you're going to have probably more digital nomads, especially in the global south and in the southern Europe. So my question, just to open the discussion, are we talking about a new kind of nomadic urbanism with the principles of the digital nomads, coming to places like Athens, like other European capitals in the south of Europe, or in rural areas that face specific challenges, yet they're beautiful places with good connections and the like. So the other question is, what is the role of co-working in these new processes? Are we going to enlarge the range of facilities and services offered to these kind of people? Are we going to still include the endogenous freelancers and start-uppers and the like? Do we have to bring to the fore more versatile collaborative work practices in these spaces? Do we have to extend the range? So I'm going to finish here. These are questions for further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have space for one question. Sorry for the unpopular role and pushing it, but I need to make this train run on time, so I apologize in advance.
Yeah. Thanks, Vasilis, for a really interesting presentation. I have a question about have you looked into the balance between, since the digital nomad visa came into Greece, have you looked into the balance of members within co-working spaces? Because you said the price of a membership increased. So does it mean that less locals can afford it, and so there is a higher number of nomads?
Exactly.
Or have you looked into this?
Exactly, yes, exactly. We don't have any numbers about how the digital visa initiative went. We just have that the very first month they received more than 3,000 applications. We are still trying to find what's going on. But if you go to a co-working space in the city center of Athens, you can hardly find a hot desk right now. So the demand is so high, and a few of them are thinking to expand, and I'm talking about independent ones, no big chains, okay? The really small independent ones are thinking to expand and offer new spaces and new hot desks for the nomads. So when we did that research, we visited about 4 spaces, and the balance was 50-50.
We have space for one more question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. What I found very interesting was the gap between the digital nomads and what they earn and between the median or average income in Greece or in Athens. Did you observe something like connections between the digital nomads and maybe Greece young professionals? So do they connect in the co-working spaces like a community, and maybe, I don't know, some self-employed nomad gives a higher paid job to someone from Greece? Did you observe something like that?
We had some examples like, the nomads that are coming to Athens are looking for people, for professionals to subcontract specific parts of their work. So, but that are examples where I haven't systematized this, and I don't have any numbers in how many of them are collaborating in the field, or how many subcontractors do they, in how much subcontracting do they engage. But they do. It seems that they do, yeah.
So let's hope that they are paying like a good wage.
But still the gap is huge, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Vasilis, thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you.
Okay, and I would ask Simon, the promise of coworking for universities, status quo and reflections.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Simon. I'm from Germany, from TU Dortmund University. I'm a junior professor there for entrepreneurship and digitalization. And I would like to talk about the hopefully promising ways how co-working can be integrated into universities. And I would like to give a short introduction and overview of the status quo, and then talk a bit about the numbers that we gathered about the last month, and then have a little outlook also on a project that we are currently doing in this field. So let's get started. What do we know about co-working in universities? They are different places to what we already have in universities, for example, learning spaces, libraries, and stuff like that, because people don't really connect in learning spaces or libraries. But in co-working spaces, they do connect and they form new teams. They get to know each other and maybe also get to know each other's skills, for example. So they are different. And they are places to have an exposure on university students and also on staff members, for example, in terms of creative spaces, in terms of entrepreneurial mindset building and stuff like that. So I would say they're kind of important and very interesting for universities. And that's also what several of my colleagues already found. For example, Ricarda Baunken, she already did some research on university co-working spaces, and she also found different types of spaces, which I will show you on the next slides. So what we also observe is there are growing numbers of co-working spaces at universities. We also gathered some numbers, which I have also included in this presentation. But we don't really know a lot about these spaces, what is going on there, how they are built, how they are used, and whether or not they are really like famous in the universities in terms of student awareness. And that's actually what we see at our university in TU Dortmund. I always ask my students at the beginning of the semester, do you already know our CET? That's our co-working and incubator. And there are like 20%, and I teach entrepreneurship. So that's actually sad, because they don't know it. They don't know where they can go if they have an idea and get support for their idea, and maybe meet team members, co-founders, whatever. So that's kind of a problem, and that leads to like two types of research questions. The first one is about the types of co-working spaces. What types do exist? We already know a little bit from Ricarda, for example. And second part, how are they integrated into the universities? And the second research question, how can we spur the awareness for co-working spaces and the use of co-working at universities? So actually, that's what I experienced. They are not aware of it. So we have to spur a little bit of this awareness among our students. So what do we already know about the spaces? My colleague, Ricardo Baunken, already found like 5 different types. For example, the educational spaces. Here's an example from the University of Tübingen. They are usually built into the existing facilities, for example, and they have like a focus on entrepreneurial teaching, mostly for university students. So actually in this type of spaces, the students should be aware of co-working as a concept and what it can bring or help them. So the second part are the technical spaces. Oh, that was one too much. Okay, so it's not going back, so I will talk about the integrated spaces. That's actually what we have here. That's the CET at TU Dortmund. It is in a separate facility, very large facility actually. We have like a huge area for co-working, for community, also separate offices and stuff like that. We have a maker space, a data space, so it is a lot, actually, that we can offer to our students, but as I said, they don't really know a lot about it. What else do we have? We have like integrated and networked spaces. They are sometimes from private companies, so a cooperation, or sometimes also run by private companies, and the students can just go there for free or for a very small amount. And we have what I found very interesting, and I just learned about it in our first multiplier event from our project. We have student-run spaces. For example, here the one in St. Gallen, and this is a university space, but it is run by students and managed by students. This is very interesting because I think the students, they know what other students maybe need and want. So I found it very interesting to see that. And yeah, last but not least, the technical spaces hidden behind this bubble. They have like a lot of machines and 3D printing, for example, and stuff like that. It is more like maker spaces, for example. So yeah, these are like 5 types that we observed, or that my colleagues already observed. And what we did is, as a first start in our project, we looked into all the universities in Germany. We crawled the web pages and found that almost half of them, not the complete half, but almost half of them, like 41 of them, they already have a co-working space in place, somehow. Wow. They say co-working space, sometimes it is just office space that you can use free of charge, maybe, with a few chairs and a few tables. That's fine. And the other end is like these huge integrated spaces with almost everything, like laser cutting, a lot of Apple computers and stuff. So yeah, it is a huge range, but 41 of them have already a co-working place running, and 3 are currently, let's say, under construction. So they are increasing, the numbers are increasing. And we only looked at research universities. So that's what we currently have in Germany. And I think this is like a pretty good basis, actually, to observe. And we also looked a bit closer. How are they set up in these universities? And we found that almost all of them, 37 of them, they are connected to an incubator, which absolutely makes sense. Because if you have a co-working space, then you also want to offer some programs to get the people started with their startup ideas, and also like scale the ideas and give them some maybe help and workshops, and maybe also a bit of money, for example. And 4 of them were not connected to an incubator, maybe not yet. And on the other hand, what we also found is we looked at the broader picture of the universities, and we found that almost all of them, except for 10, they have an entrepreneurial chair. So there's some kind of professor teaching entrepreneurship at these universities, but at 10 of them, they do not have a dedicated entrepreneurial chair. So the co-working spaces are run by a different department, for example, some science-based departments is what we observed, or also like creative art departments, for example. They also have some co-working spaces. Okay, so we observed two problems, actually. There is not much empirical research on university co-working because it's just starting and growing. It's pretty new. And co-working often fails to catch widespread attention among the university students. So we think we have two solutions that we are currently working on. We want to collect data on the landscape of co-working in universities. So not only these two numbers that I just showed you, but a lot more, like how are they funded, who's the leader of the co-working space, is it like a professor or maybe a dedicated like CEO of the workspace. That's what we have in Dortmund. We have a CEO of our co-working space who is just only responsible full-time for the co-working space. And on the other hand, we want to implement different, for example, teaching activities or something else to get the awareness of our students and bring them closer to the concept of co-working and also to the co-working spaces themselves. So that's what we are currently doing, and this is also what we are doing in this project, Co-work for EU. We thought we have to bring it closer to our university students, so we are currently building a course for students, and we bring them into our co-working space. So not in the usual, regular teaching environment, but into our co-working space. We are also traveling through 4 different countries, which I will just show you. We are working on this together with Paris, with Salzburg, and with Prague. So Ignazi and Marco, they are also participating in this project. And we just started this year, so we have like 2.5 years already going. And our main aims are not only building this course and doing this course with our students, but we are also like collecting data for a best practice report. So this is also what we are currently working on. And what we are starting next year to work on is a network of university co-working spaces. This is probably one of the largest and most difficult deliverables of this project, I would say so, but we are going to start it next year, and I also want to invite you to participate in this network. What we are doing is, maybe this one here is the most important and most catchy thing about it. We want to build an EduRoam-like co-working space network across Europe. So just imagine if you are from Salzburg or Prague, for example, and you come to Dortmund or maybe Paris. It's a bit nicer, maybe. And you spend there a few days for, I don't know, holiday, for work, whatever. Or you are a startup team or an entrepreneur, and you have a business meeting in Prague or in Paris, for example. And the other day you need a working space for a phone call or a Zoom session. So then you can go to Prague University or Paris Business School and say, hey, I'm from TU Dortmund. We are together in the EACN network. That's the name. And I would like to have a desk today. And then you just check in. And the other way around, it works as well. So if you want to come to Dortmund and you're from, for example, Paris Business School, you can just say, hey, we are together in this network. I would like to have a desk today. And so you can use the co-working space of the different universities for free, and also use like all the facilities, connect with the community in this co-working space, and have a good time, get some new connections, whatever. This is our idea, and this is what we try to do the next 2 years, actually. So if you are interested in building an EduRoam-like co-working network, please talk to me, talk to Marco or Ignazi. And I would be very happy if many of you would like to join us. So, as I said, this project just started this year, so we have a lot of things going on, and we would also like to invite you to our multiplier event. This is also a EU-funded project, and we have these online multiplier events, so as soon as we have a different milestone ready, we are doing this multiplier event, for example, right now in February. Next year, we are talking about our co-working course. So we are building an open access, open source course about co-working that we will teach at all 4 universities together. With 10 students from each university, we will travel around and teach this course. And you can also get all the information, all the slides, for example, free of charge, of course. It's open source. So as soon as we are ready with everything, you can just download it and maybe use it as a resource for teaching at your university. Okay, so thank you very much. I hope I'm in time.
Thank you very much, Simon, for sharing your thoughts and also for adhering with the time.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. I have a question about the chance to allow students, university students, to develop their internship in these university co-working spaces, like an Erasmus, but only for internship. Have you thought about this?
About the possibility of an internship? No, not yet, actually. But that's a smart idea. Yeah, I like that. Maybe we should talk about that, Marco.
Or maybe just do a new project. He's a super good project partner, Ilaria. I recommend it.
Okay.
I wonder if you have thought about how to make these co-working projects within the university sustainable long-term, because you can only start it with these financing projects, but they're usually limited for some years.
Yeah.
Do you have some ideas to establish them long-term?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That's a challenge, also an opportunity. On the other hand, we are absolutely trying to establish a second funding. Maybe next year, as soon as we get feedback, if anyone is interested. So if every one of you today maybe says, no, that's not very interesting for us, we won't join your network, then maybe we will discard it. But of course, we want to get a second funding, and maybe we will find some way to fund it across the universities, because our co-working space is funded by the German government with lots of millions of euros. And
nice. For how long?
It is. Well, I didn't participate, so that was before my time. And maybe we can cross-finance it a little bit and offer only, let's say, 2 desks that are open to the network, for example. I could imagine that this could be a bargain, that we can get them free of charge just to foster the exchange. So maybe our co-working space and incubator is also interested in getting people from different countries into their co-working space. So maybe this is an argument to get it free of charge, but we have to think about some kind of financing. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Marco, if you turn back, you have one question behind you.
Hi, and thank you very much for that project. I think it's long overdue that we look into this relationship between co-working and universities. But it also raised for me a lot of definitional questions. What you consider a co-working space, it seems to be a bounded space that is managed. Because what I see in university a lot is that most of the public spaces, or, let's put them in quotation mark, are turned into co-working spaces. So where they build desks everywhere, not necessarily connected to coffees or coffee shops or something like that, but that students find places to work everywhere. Yeah. And funnily, in the Planning Institute I work, students have a self-organized space. It used to be a party space, but over the last 4 or 5 years, you can see how they build desks. They are looking for a place where they can work together, and turn that into a self-managed co-working space. But it wouldn't probably not figure under your definitions.
Well, actually, I didn't write any of the definitions here. I just used the prior work, but they are very different. Absolutely. And what I personally don't think is a co-working space is like a learning space. Because, for example, in front of my office, there is an open space with desks and stuff like that, and people just sit there and learn. Also in groups. That's fine, but that's not a co-working space. So I consider what we have in the CET a co-working space. This is really a huge space where also our startup teams are sitting, for example. Mostly startup teams are sitting in our co-working space, and that's maybe also the problem, because the regular students, they don't know it, and they are sitting like in front of my office, for example, and there are only sitting startup teams in our co-working space. And what I would find interesting is like a connection between it. But you have to be, absolutely, very important point, you have to be very careful that it does not become another learning space where people are just sitting and, I don't know, talking or learning. So it is very, very difficult, absolutely. And I think like the management of the co-working space is very important. Like also this community building and maybe offering events and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. One more.
First of all, really good research, really good, and everything you guys are doing is, I think, is very good for our young generation, especially. But one thing I'm not hearing so far, not just in this research, is the data integrity, customer, data information security. How are you covering this? Because I often go to different co-working, not just here in Prague, in Paris, Amsterdam, Dublin, and I often see this. People are sitting, no screen protectors. I'm looking, and they're even talking about. And what I see worse is kids. Sorry, no, I shouldn't say kids, but students. There are certain cafes, their screens are open, working. And I'm sitting and I'm like, are you really talking about this? If you get me. So I think how do we cover this? I mean, adults, we are being careful. Certain words we don't say. But students, they don't realize, because GDPR is a big thing these days. So how do you cover this in your whole program?
Yeah. Good question. Data protection in co-working settings. I think you have to differentiate between like the employed people that are working for a company, which is like super strict. No one is allowed to see it. And they sometimes have these screen protectors, for example. I had it when I worked for a consulting company for a short time. I had this protective like screen protector. And on the other hand, I think in a student setting, it's not that important maybe, because if someone is seeing my slides that I give to my students, I wouldn't care. That's not a problem.
I think what I'm trying to say is maybe add this into their education system, which is, guys, when you're out there, be mindful.
So create awareness for...
Create awareness, tell them GDPR is very important. One of the best things I think Europe has done in the last 10 years, So we need to make sure that people understand this. Because when they go out there, what I'm looking at, if you go to different cafes where you see students working, because they have part-time jobs, freelancing, as I think we heard previously, they're not respecting that, which is very important. That's all I'm trying to say.
So maybe we should add this to our course, actually, because what we are trying to do is to get them familiar with co-working. What is co-working, and how can it like help you if you have an idea, or also generally if you are going into an employment, for example. So if you work for a larger firm, you can also be in a co-working space. So we just want to make them familiar, and maybe we should also include, hey, maybe look into the data protection rights, or I don't know, and be a bit careful at least. Yeah, maybe we should add that. Yeah.
Okay, Simon, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you. Later, the coffee.
Definitely. There will be space during the coffee break. Now I would ask Vika and Marco to share their findings in war-driven disruption of Ukraine's co-working spaces.
Hello, I'm Marco. Obviously, this is Vika. I guess it makes sense. So it's actually so we were just starting to we started this research when the large disruption happened, like first in Ukraine, obviously, and then in Europe, and it largely affected a lot of these commonalities within like society or like our societies. And what is happening now, just because the whole this disruption, and like in terms of obviously like war, and what's happening is like it's just continuing. So we haven't like really came to the findings. So it's like evolving research. it's not that I'm correcting you, Michal, but I'm just saying. And yeah, maybe just before I give this microphone to Vika, this is like me, Vika, and then it's also Ilaria here, who is in front, who generously supported Vika, who is otherwise the president or like the chair of Ukrainian Coworking Association. She came to our center as a visiting fellow, and we started our first round of research data collection, but then Vika will tell you more, and I will just stand here. Yes.
Thank you so much, Marco and Ilaria. I'm Vika from Ukrainian Coworking Association, and yesterday I was asked what are my expectations or the aim to share today, and usually when somebody asks me, I'm like, I don't know, but today in the morning I thought it through, and now I know the answer. And there are two things to say. The first being actually the voice of Ukrainians today for you in this international audience. The first message I wanted to say, the same just Marco said, is that the war is not over, and it's still going on. And we need to remember it. And even me being far from my country, I forget I'm not in that walls, in that system now. But we need to know about it. Because for me, it feels like the whole world is a big organism, like a body of a person. And if there is a wound, you can maybe not pay attention, but you're still bleeding. So the world is bleeding, and we need to maybe make our brain to understand and to go to a doctor to find a plaster and to treat ourselves. And the second thing I wanted to say that I'm very grateful for being here and for you actually supporting me and my family through this journey. But I not only want to say thank you to those who support me and to those who I know, but also to everybody you here. Because I think that the people from co-working space are the people of very high emotional intelligence and compassion. And I want to say thank you from the Ukrainians who are back in your cities and countries now. And I'm sure that you are supporting them with your thoughts or deeds or words or any other things. So this is my main important word in the beginning I wanted to share, and let me proceed. Marco and Ilaria suggested to go and to make this research, and now I feel really, really happy about it, because I can, how it's called, to hand the pulse, to feel the pulse, what is going on in the co-working industry because of it. And the study helps us to understand at which roles co-working centers were functioning in February, March, in the most shocking times, and also nowadays, and how they continue working, as they continue working, and at what stage they are now. Back in 2021, we were doing the co-working industry research in our country, and it showed that there are around more than 130 spaces in Ukraine. And what I want to show here, that's how the map looked like, and you can see a lot of spaces on the east back then. Nowadays, you didn't update this presentation. Okay. So nowadays, the centers on the east are not happening, they don't exist. And if you remember, it's 130 centers in 2021. Nowadays, it's around 76 centers in Ukraine which are working. 50 are closed, and others are unknown. But those guys who are working are doing really, really great. I mean, great for what they can do. They are buying Starlinks, they're buying generators for the electricity and water pumps. And when in November 23rd, there was a total blackout for 40 hours in the whole of the country. Next morning, on November 24th, the co-working calls, phones, and emails were booming. The guys said that we have one call in 1 minute and one email in 1 minute in our co-working chat. So the people understood that the co-working spaces, they were always important part of social and economic system, but now they became the stable only part for people to work and sometimes to have electricity, heat, to charge the phone or power bank. So, and that's why I said they're doing great, because they're doing everything they can to provide this stability and to help people not only to work, but also to have some heating or electricity. Back in February, it was a shocking point, and nobody was ready. Nobody was ready for COVID, yeah, and nobody was ready for it. Even the information and news channels were saying it would happen. Everybody in Ukraine were in total denial. It will never happen. It's our country. We stay here. But when it happened, the co-working centers were quite, I would say, flexible and resilient, and they were doing more than they could and more than they planned. And they were forming, for example, bomb shelters or in general shelters for people to live there, to sleep, and to feel safe. And of course, I'm saying mostly about the western part of Ukraine, when the people flee and internally flee to the western part of Ukraine. The research we were conducting, it's about the main 16 spaces in Ukraine. And for me, it was also important that there is Kyiv in the center, Dnipro in the east, Mariupol, which is not existing, the center and the city is bombed, Odessa, Bucha. So the west, east, south, each of the part of the Ukraine is taken into consideration, and we were talking with them. I both like and don't like this slide, because it says about that war is something like COVID, that is a shock and disruption. And it is a shock and disruption, but it's still different things to happen. But my learning, also as being a co-working manager during the COVID, is at that time make us more flexible and resilient. That day, on March 13th, when the COVID started in Ukraine at least, we were said you need to close in 2 hours and reorganize everything which is happening. So I believe that little experience taught all the co-working managers of resiliency and maybe of some technical things, I don't know, making at last a Telegram group or WhatsApp chat or something else with your coworker users. So I do believe it has taught us a lot, but also it taught us, at least me, to believe in the most pessimistic scenario. I remember my coach and friend, she told me, don't think about plan B, C, D, think about plan F. What if back in COVID times your co-working center will never open again? What will you do? And thanks to that, I thought about the worst plan. It was the worst plan, but I was ready for it. It was a question here. So, to my mind, the co-working centers were not only physical shelters for people, but also emotional and psychological centers. And I think they were also playing part of local authorities, providing places for people to live, to sleep back in February. So being focused on community also showed how they are focused and what they are really doing during their shock times. And just to bring attention also what is happening now, this is a picture from last week from two of my friends on Instagram. And this one is a team of one Vector for IT people, freelancers, startups in Ukraine, Vector Media. And Ismail and his team working in the shelter of one of the co-workings in this city center of Ukraine, and which got normal for them. And co-workings with shelters is very very important now. It's like part of even marketing that we have a bomb shelter. You should go here. And the other one is from Anna. She's a CEO of HR recruiting agency and also an author of the book. And she's also visiting one of the co-working centers. You can see that it's a little bit cold because they are wearing something. And yeah, she's also working on her project. They continue to make calls and all like, oh, I'm sorry, we have an error right now. So let me recall you in two hours, something like that. And it also fascinates me that they got like not used to it, but resilient, but maybe to some extent also used to now. And this is the generators. Is it the same one? No, it's different. This one is from the Creative States. It's a big chain of co-working centers in Ukraine. So that's they're showing that they bought it. This is from the other one, and yeah, and they did it in November after the blackout to be more not to be dependent on the system, but to be try to be dependent on themselves. And actually, from my part, it's the last slide, as Marco was cutting all the best slides from the presentation.
But they were like portraits of you, so yeah, but not really. So anyway, not anyway, but just because usually this is still like academic symposium, more or less, and generally we would need to talk first about the research design, what we done, how we like collected the data. But in this case, I think it's like really important that first we hear the narrative from Vika's side. And why is this important? It's just important because she essentially, in our scholarly eyes, represents a really rich source of data. So what we done, we like initially started obviously like in the end of February, beginning of March. So we were quite fast. And what happened is at the beginning that we proposed to do the problem center interviewing, which were like focusing on what's essentially happening at this. Hey, it's fine, I'm the organizer, but it's like three more minutes, and yeah. We were focusing on what was essentially happening in those spaces on the go. But we were focusing on different perspectives. So essentially, what are like the spatial changes, what are the changes within like the development of communities, and essentially also the moderation techniques that were handling all these spaces and the communities / supportive networks within. And there was a list of co-working spaces in Ukraine that Vika presented before, and essentially we selected 16 of them. And we obviously opted for the longitudinal approach. Why we opted for the longitudinal approach? Because the war is still going on and the things are evolving. But what's a really probably more important part is that we went also in between, and this is also like still ongoing, obviously, is the constructed narratives. I will not really talk about much about this technique, but essentially it's the auto-ethnographic approach, where you're using your bodily experiences just to understand what's going around you, or through like the social media, or if you like find yourself in the space. And in this case, why it's co-constructed? Just because Vika obviously has like a bigger and larger insight of what is happening. But then me and Ilaria, we're essentially helping her like to reflect, quote unquote, helping. Just feel like reflecting all the stories. We're having a lot of calls, a lot of chats. Vika, maybe you can show like the WhatsApp, like our WhatsApp group, or maybe not. Through obviously like pictures and like questions that I'm like posing and just bothering her like what's going on at this moment. And this is just like really important to apprehend the meaningful reality through a single source, and then the problem-centered interviewing. So we done the first round like March, April, and beginning of June, and then we're now continuing with these interviews. But obviously it's much harder now these days to get the respondents because of what Vika is saying. And if you're like in a bomb shelter being bombed, then obviously you don't you're not really looking forward, or it's not your first thought to do the interview. Just like really in short what we done or what we like doing, just because I will show you a model or this transformational model of the co-working space model within the Ukrainian theater of war, obviously. It's the social disruption theory, which is essentially just like it's trying to allocate the point of shock and then how like the society is changing, and then obviously the sense of community that is tied to the spatial aspects of co-working spaces in this sense, meaning that individuals who are like closely connected, they generate the networks of support. And like through this, we delivered like this model. So this is like the first time that we're showing it. It's not like published yet, just like please don't say it's yours. But what we started like to build upon, it's the taxonomy we started to build on taxonomy of co-working spaces that me and my colleague, who is there, like Phil Bennis, published like in a paper in Journal of Corporate Real Estate 2 years ago. And our main assumption here, or our main assumption within like, this scholar unit was that there were like 4 types of co-working spaces before Ukraine entered like the war. We're talking about this war like now in 2020, but obviously the war is going on since 2014. And we had like 4 types of co-working spaces. So individual purpose, group purpose, creation purpose, such as maker labs and like so on, and then startup purpose, which obviously you know what they are. But then what happened is when there was like a start of Russian invasion, there was a point of shock. They were like blessed and everything. And what Vika was saying before, because it's like really, really important like narrative that co-working spaces suddenly became these like focal units within the communities, meaning that there was a phase of disruption which happened here. And these co-working spaces, all of them, the ones that we approach essentially, and also like the ones which we have followed, which are more or less all, they seen the short-term closures, they became short bomb shelters, army transition points, refugee centers, and also occupied premises. And they also obviously seen the partial destruction. So for example, when you're like reading the interviews like done or like conducted in Mariupol, I mean, there was obviously like only one. It's essentially just destruction, and that's like abrupt end, and that's more or less it. And we don't know what's happening now. I mean, probably it's just like it's a building, it's an empty shell, but there is essentially like no more of that co-working space. But then after these initial points of shock, and I'm stopping here myself, we see in the active transformation and the passive transformation. So like these, generally like these 2 ways how these co-working models transformed from this unitarian point here. So we had the war-driven co-working space model, which also now is the one which is the model that we can find in Ukraine, and then a reward conceptual co-working space model, which is in the passive transformation. Why is the active transformation important? Is because a lot of these co-working spaces, at least most of them, they became these like focal points of local communities, meaning that they were like supporting them, like the local residents with people coming there charging their phones, but they still, in essence, stayed co-working spaces, meaning that they enabled individuals to continue their work and their work on projects, because a lot of people are still staying behind. And on the other hand, we have this reward conceptual co-working space model, where we're seeing the model which is indirectly engaged in the war-disrupted local societies, and they're being built, or they're continuing their role as co-working spaces in their essence. And that's it, Vika, that's it. Thank you so much. Any questions? Anyone? You should say this, no? But I will take the microphone.
Yes, we can take one question.
You can take 2, it's fine.
I know.
I'll just walk, and then if it's for week, I will bring you the microphone back.
Hey guys, thank you so much for this presentation. My question is in regard of the government. How do you see the government involved in co-working? Did it bring more visibility to co-working to the government? As I saw, for example, the Ukrainian news agency started to offer their office as a co-working space for journalists. So I see how through these difficult times, like co-working spaces become more visible in society. So did you have any interaction with like governmental institutions for this or not?
I wouldn't say from the point of view of co-working industry, because it's still quite small and it's still like real estate. But from point of view of IT industry, we have almost each city has an IT cluster, and at the beginning, in the March, the government was actually giving a lot of Starlinks to clusters, and some people like booked, some IT specialists are booked and can go outside. So I can say from this part, but also what I'm saying now, it's not very public because it's a big discussion, should IT people be booked and not go to AMI, and other people are not, and they should go to AMI. So I can say from the point of view of IT sector, and as coworkings are connected with them, this is something is going on. But for coworkings now, it's still little, and I think the government has bigger things to do than think about coworking spaces, and they are so themselves self-organized. So I would even say if you need to think about coworking spaces or, I don't know, furniture shops, go think about the furniture shops, because coworkings will be great, because they will find their ways, they will do their best, being self-organized, self-managed, find the Starlink, water pump, whatever. So they're doing quite quick, and I don't, everybody needs support, but they will do themselves quite well. This would be my answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, because there are so many things to do. If you're thinking about people not giving food electricity, you don't think about working spaces.
We can't continue the discussion without a microphone because we have people on Zoom, so it's lost somewhere.
It's 1 minute.
That's the second question, okay.
It's a question or just a comment?
No, it's a comment, but for me it's interesting because this point in time in history in human life, it's coworking spaces become this natural place where people to gather. Wow, like where would that happen if there was no coworking spaces? It's an interesting just thought. That's it.
I mean, IT industry, as we know, is $1 billion industry. So how can government not pay attention to something like this, knowing very well this will bring the real money to the people? India alone makes 180 plus billion. You know, so there's a lot of money in this. Obviously, they cannot neglect this. Thank you.
Let me just.
Vika has an answer.
Okay.
And you just asked this question. I don't remember correctly how it's called. Value product, VVP. The product of which the industry brings back to the country in money. And there are a lot of industries. Yes, thank you. So, and IT is 4% of GDP of Ukraine. So when this talk started, should IT specialists be booked and agriculture specialists not, for example? Then they talked about that it's 4% of GDP, and there are still other industries which are bringing much more billions of money and which are more important for the internal and international economic of Ukraine. Yes, of course. Yes.
One more, and then it's the coffee break and cheer pudding.
Hi. Have you thought, or is it happening that people from Ukraine want to use coworkings in Czech Republic, and how it can go? Because, for example, we in Pracovna host there is a coworker from Ukraine, and I think there's a lot of capacity to offer a few places for free or for like some super small charge for Ukrainian coworkers, nomads, if you work with them, or how it can happen that we offer like 5 seats to Ukrainian business owners or something like that.
There was such initiating, and we also were making another research on co-working spaces around Europe, how they help and how they support Ukrainians. And yesterday I was looking through it, and people got easier connected with the local communities and networking. So all the centers who were doing it really helped, but it's not like a global initiative. It was done like the center was doing it, and word of mouth or through their own Facebook groups and other one. But I do agree that if it was done on a bigger, maybe global level, and it would be easier. And also it was done in the beginning, and then even that initiative that was done, it got faded. So it's not like everybody like forgot about it. But I do think this is one which is helping, and it should continue.
Thank you very much, Vika. Thank you also very much, Marco. Now is the time for a coffee break. Please, this is a difficult question, so a lot of interesting ideas. I know there will be a lot of interesting conversation down there. Please be back at 11:30. We'll continue at 11:30. Enjoy the coffee and the chia pudding, as Marco said. And the guys in the online, please stay with us, take a break as well, and we'll be back 11:30. Thank you very much for coming back. I really appreciate. I know it's difficult to leave the coffee break, but there is a lot of interesting inspiration ahead of us. So I hope you're looking forward to as well. And hi to the online audience. Thank you as well for tuning in. And now I would like to ask Alexandra to share the findings on the meaning of community and the role of atmosphere in co-working spaces. So please, warm welcome to Alexandra.
Yeah, thank you very much. The topic I present today is not the study I want to share with you is conducted before the COVID-19 pandemic, but the results are still applicable and really important. And the aim of my talk is to show you what community means in co-working spaces with focus on atmospheres. And I'm Alexandra Bernhardt. I'm a sociologist who is interested in the spaces and atmospheres of work, but also in the communality of work, not only in co-working, but also in the hybrid workspaces of the COVID-19 pandemic, where also communal atmospheres are quite crucial, and also places to meet in virtual, but also in physical spaces. And I work for a project which is called Center Digital Transformation Thuringia at the Friedrich Schiller University, Jena. And there we will develop with the beginning of next year a qualification concept for employees and executives of small and medium-sized enterprises on mobile work and co-working. Here, research and practitioners agree that the role of the community is the special ingredient of co-working, and co-working spaces. Combine work and community in a new way, and that was the interesting thing for me to have a focus in my research. What role do spatial atmospheres have against this background that here work and community is combined in a new way? And we should also include our theoretical framework, and it's quite complex from my side. It's the most important thing I want to share with you is that I understand co-working space atmospheres as mediating entities between the perceiving subjects of perception and the perceived objects. The space. And that makes it possible to research co-working spaces from both sides. From the one side, from the subject perspective of the co-workers who construct spaces, and on the other hand side, from the spaces and their construction and how they are curated by the co-working space operators. And regarding the study, it is a study which I conducted for my dissertation. There I had an ethnographically oriented qualitative approach with 2 case studies in the center and 2 urban co-working spaces, one in Switzerland and one in Germany, where I had a lot of different methods of data collection. Especially interesting is maybe the photo interviews I had with the co-workers, where they showed me with their photos how is it like for them to work in the co-working space, and then we talked in the interviews about the photographs. And also the photographs you can see there are from the study. And besides this, to get a broader knowledge of the field, of course, I visited more co-working spaces than those two, and many more during the time. And I also worked in co-working spaces, in a co-living space. I visited co-working conferences and bar camps. And what I want to show you now, and I hope that's the main part, also with a focus on time, are the results of some results of my study. Also, if you remember the theoretical framework, its first step is to have a look how community is perceived from a user's perspective. And therefore, I want to show you two typologies. The first typology is an easy to understand one, and it is about how coworkers explore the co-working spaces as communal spaces, and there is one difference, what the meaning of the co-working space is for them. There are more work-focused, where the co-working space is mainly a workplace, and there are community-oriented, where the co-working space is not only a work, but also a community place. And for them, the experience belonging to the co-working space community is also different. Whereas it's weak for the work-focused, it's a very strong belonging for the community-oriented, and in the interviews they talk about their co-working space as a home or a family. And interesting on this typology is that none of the interviewees I talked to saw him or herself as a customer of a service, and that's that's crucial for co-working, because that's the thing of community. Even the work-focused, they talk about themselves as more passive community members, for example. And another typology is also based on the interviews with the co-workers, is about how they experience their co-working space and regarding social entities. And one and the same co-working space can be described in all three social entities. That's quite interesting. The self-organized community, where community is self-created through an active participation of the co-workers. And here the differentiation between co-working hosts and community members or co-workers is not that important, as all are part of a community. As also Serge says, we are friends, we are not managers and workers, we are friends, part of this community. And on the other hand side, you have the customer service provider relationship, where co-working is a service, especially offering professional workspaces, and community is not in the focus of this social entity. And there also in the interviews, none of the co-workers just talks about his or her co-working space as a customer service provider relationship. The most is Tristan, who is not voluntarily in the co-working space, and his employer pays for the seat. And he starts the quote with, "When I pay for something," that's quite interesting. "There are things where I think everything could a bit nicer, a bit tidier, have a better performance, a better kitchen, a better offer, a better information policy between me and the service provider." But even if he has a lot to criticize, he doesn't tell those things to the co-working space operators, because they are friends. So he tells me about this. And then the third one, third social entity is the managed community, where the community is curated, and there are not only active members as in the self-organized community, but also passive members. And therefore the community management is quite crucial, because the co-working hosts have their special importance for community building and as networkers. And Sina says it with the nudging. I don't think it would work the way it does without the nudging from the staff of the co-working space. So this is a second typology. And those social entities, those those social entities also are on site in the everyday life of a co-working space, and that's also a very interesting topic. And the interplay of subjects and spaces regarding tensions in the everyday life of a co-working space, because you can learn there a lot of. On the left-hand side, so you see a photograph where a closed working floor is shown, because there's an external workshop. External events are very important as an income for co-working spaces, so the co-workers couldn't work there. They had another working floor and a cafe, and the cafe was then closed at noon because the external workshop participants ate there, so they couldn't use many space of the co-working space, but they didn't complain. And co-workers also didn't complain when it comes to broken things or missing things. Instead of that, they bought them or they repaired them if they could. And they really act as community members. And on the other hand side, communal atmospheres are also reinforced by the operators when it comes to tensions in the self-organized community. And a very good example, because everybody knows it, is the dirty dishes in the office kitchen. As also the photographs of the co-workers show there, it's a topic. And but instead that it would come to a conflict, and also the co-workers are not really aware of it. There are invisible services in the co-working space, like cleaning the dishes by a cleaner, like the community manager who takes care of the coffee machine or waters the plants. So there are invisible services, means that the co-workers in the interviews, they tell me, some tell me, we are a self-organized community and we clean the dishes, and it's really, really cool here because everyone feels responsible. So this is one strategy, and another one would be the communication, how the operators talk about their co-working space. In the quote, the Samuel talks about that the co-workers feel part of a family, which is very important here, and not part of a business. Or they talk in the communication, in the welcome letter, that we are a self-organized community. So co-workers have in mind, we are a self-organized community and act as community members. And all in all, this leads to that the communal atmospheres are reinforced from both sides. And I will finish my presentation with summarize the strategies of creating atmospheres, communal atmospheres that feel authentic. And one co-worker said to me that in this co-working space it feels handmade, and he talks a lot about other co-working spaces which are not that open and authentic and which are pre-made. So it's really about this feeling that this is a unique place. And of course, there is the space design, which should also have a look on communal atmospheres, and also the focus on space design. The personal, unfinished, random, and imperfect is quite important, so that community members, on the other hand side, feel to act as community members. And so it is the same. And of course, events and rituals, a culture of trust, which is quite important in co-working, the invisible services I tried to explain to you, and the communication also. Maybe at last, you can do everything, but you don't have to. This principle means for events, for example, that events are easily accessible. There are no barriers, but nobody expects that you participate. Also, the operators say that, of course, it's the working time, and work-focused co-workers, for example, they don't have to talk to anybody the whole working day, because they don't have to, but if they want to, then there are a lot of possibilities to connect. And that's, I think, the magic of co-working. So, but the last point is also crucial that, of course, without the co-workers, it doesn't work. And co-workers are co-curators of the communal atmospheres. The space design can be very open and enhance social interactions and so on. But it's also important that there are co-workers who act as community members and also are part of the communal atmospheres. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Alexandra. So we can accept questions. Okay, we have one in the back.
One question. I would love to know the size of the or the number of members that is ideal for having this kind of communities. In my case, I'm talking about a small co-working space with a small number of persons, around 20, and it is definitely possible. But I would love to know if bigger co-working spaces can have the luxury of creating a similar kind of communities. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good question. I want to start with an anecdote. When I was in London, I visited a WeWork, which was quite huge. It was really, really huge. I don't know, 1,000 members, something like this. And I also asked the community manager how it works to build their community. And we all know that WeWork and so on are not those co-working spaces we talk about. She didn't... answered the question that I was confident that there is also a community management as we think of community management in a co-working context. So it's harder, but you have, of course, more possibilities also for the co-working networks. You can also that's also for the hybrid workspaces. You can also have a community building in the virtual space, for example, which is for larger co-working spaces then a good tool to also to connect those co-workers who are not present, and of course the events and rituals. That everybody is can join if he or she wants. But it's getting harder the bigger the crowd is. That's true.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Alexandra. I also did, in my PhD, I also had the kind of atmospheres.
Yeah.
And but I was coming from the Gramscian philosophy and the distinction between superstructures and structures. So superstructures is about, perceptions, ideology, atmospheres, and they exist because they are the base for the structure. They support the structure in many different ways. So in your case, these kind of atmospheres that you found in co-working spaces, how do they support co-working? What is the role that they play, especially in the self-organized communities and the curated ones, not in the third type, but especially in the first ones? How do they support co-working? What do they bring to the co-working? Why do we need to have community atmospheres in co-working?
Yeah, that's what I tried to show you with the example of interplay, how it's in the everyday life of a co-working space. That, of course, if space addresses you as a co-worker to act as a community member, then you also support this communal atmospheres. And if, on the other hand side, that's the problem, because it's not like one co-working space is this type, and we could use this typology, of course, for other, also to divide the different co-working models. But for my case, one co-working space has all three kinds of social entities. And that's also with the self-organized community. Some co-workers feel that it's a self-organized community somehow, even if they know that there is, of course, also a community manager and so on. But while, for example, there are events which are not that. And in my case study, there was an event during work time where nobody came from the co-workers because they have to work. It's both functions, work and community. And but to still have this communal atmosphere, the community management took care of the preparation of the event, and then the co-workers came afterwards and joined. And then a co-worker told me in the interview, yes, and it was like picking up apples from an apple tree and then making cider out of it. And the picking up and the cooking, it was community management because no co-worker was interested in. But then the co-workers got into, and the communal atmosphere was quite. It was so strong that a co-worker told me that we picked up the apples from the apple tree and made cider out of it. And it shows that different mini strategies and that all feel addressed as part of a community leads to those communal atmospheres. On the other hand side, we could also be a little bit more criticizing. If you have this last type, the customer service provider relationship, you could also say that co-workers are working customers because they work in their free time for an organization. That would be another aspect of this whole topic. And also there are critics, of course, in this direction.
Okay, Alexandra, thank you very much for your talk, for sharing your ideas. I'd like to ask Thomas to talk about effects of co-working spaces on those social, cultural, and economic conditions in the periphery.
Yo, thank you. So, hello everyone. Now the sound is working. Should I start it, or is it automatically starting? I need to? Here we go. Okay, cool. So I'm also from the cost action, as you all can see on the slides. So some of you already know the research. And I was publishing it together with Mina Akkawan. Maybe you are out there anywhere. Hi, Mina, if you're there. And we were did actually a systematic literature review on co-working spaces and its impact on especially peripheral or rural areas. So there's also the table of content, like Marco asked, classic about the structure of the paper, more or less. And we are start with a short introduction. The classic introduction, like from the desk, Mac, I think most of you already know it. So about the geographic distribution and the growth of co-working spaces was already conducted before the pandemic. That's what we can see about it. But I'm from a real estate perspective, corporate real estate management and facility management background. So we were like, okay, actually, is there research on towards this topic? And we saw this time, it was the end of 2021, end of last year, that there may be a few literature on co-working space in peripheral areas because mainly they were investigating towards the big cities in urban centers. So we just did a scoping review, a systematic literature review. And it was then published in the call for papers in the Journal of Property Investment, the Emerald journals. And so we go on with the methodology. We did, as I saw, the systematic literature review. We took Prisma at the classic approach. You have this checklist of Prisma, where some of you know, and you just go through this checklist and answering the questions. So actually, kind of what are you doing in the beginning? It's always you're defining your search terms and the search strings. When we put in co-working or co-working / we found just a few hits. So we extended actually our search term towards the new expressions or terms of the new working areas. We had 3 databases where we were investigating, and of course, we just had this. Identified in English terms. So at the end, it turns out this search term to get more hits. It was then co-working space, collaborative space, and all the new working space terms. So this is then kind of what we have our limitations. The time frame was from 2011 until 2021. So this time co-working space just started. We titled abstract, and this is kind of the flow. So we excluded something. So first, everybody is aware of this systematic literature review. You're putting it in these data sets, and then you get out the abstract and the titles, and then you're screening it. And after a while, you then come to the final, the final selection. And here are the findings now, finally, the discussion. So firstly, we applied this frequency diagram. And you can already see that, especially in 2020, 2021, it was published in like this year, in May this year. And you saw that there is a current topic with a high relevance. The peripheral area of co-working spaces is kind of growing. Especially in 2022, it's going to be even more. So we also checked the frequency analysis about what kind of methods. So we had a lot of qualitative researchers on there at this time, and on which kind of fields were the journals. And we have a high interesting part of the urban studies. So it's a really urban studies, special planning. It's a really hot topic in this area. Also the frequency analysis, the classic thing, kind of it's like a Western world topic, it seems though. So you have a lot of cross-national, but also Italy, Germany, so the current relevance, but also there would be a new potential for further collaboration, transdisciplinary researchers, especially cross-national. And we didn't found something about the real estate management, corporate real estate management from corporate sides. So then we identified, this was done on the qualitative analysis, so we identified 12 different types, and we built these main groups. It was kind of regional impact factors, social, cultural, individual, and we also took the COVID-19, as there were a lot of ongoing research towards COVID-19. And they had their 12 subgroups and subfactors. So now I just zoom in to the regional factors. And probably a lot of you know already kind of the economic effects on the regional economy. When you're in peripheral areas, you kind of create innovations, you make a place for startups. And you're actually kind of also creating new jobs. That means when a knowledge worker comes to a regional peripheral area, he's also going to spend his money on the markets, restaurants there, and not going back to the urban cities and centers. But you're also kind of getting kind of access to the investors and or even other markets by being in contact with other co-workers or even the people who are involved in a co-working space. Traffic, and there were also some people said that they're going to reducing the commuting, but also when you're in peripheral area, you actually need to commute, and always everybody's using the car. But in general, you can say that's kind of lowering the CO2 emissions. Then the regional development, it's enhanced the revitalization, as kind of when you have a lot of structural weak peripheral rural areas, regional communities. Actually, you can make it to revitalize your buildings by implementing a co-working space, and suddenly people are in there, and maybe investing also some money in the infrastructure or also in the building, that the co-workers have a higher sense of well-being. And then the education, there was also some interesting parts. It's also depending on what kind of co-working space it is. That especially like this non-profit or co-working spaces, they're kind of can be seen as a supplement to educational knowledge exchange. So you have a lot of co-working spaces. They're offering, for example, for kids, children, some interaction and knowledge exchange, some courses. And so this kind of helps also by for example, this recreational strategies. We have the one study who said that in the rural area, I think in Italy, in Milan or Rome was it, that especially in structurally weak areas, they could buy co-working spaces, implementing co-working spaces. They have a higher exchange, and also the children with low level of education, they kind of made this attractive to them to be more into school or learning and teaching. The real estate effects, there was some little hints were there that they said that it has an effect on the rents. So there's a rental growth, actually, kind of what you also can deduct or imagine when the people are going and need to live there. Before some speaker also mentioned it. It could be, and the operating cost could be reduced of a building. Of course, when you have like the pop-up co-working spaces, you implement the co-working space inside, you can reduce the operating costs. And maybe also some venture capitalists enter the market. Some also researchers say that venture capitalists could see this as an opportunity to invest in this peripheral rural market and also invest there in this market. For public-private partnerships, it could be an interesting topic, especially as incubator hubs or something, or what we saw with universities was, Simon said in the beginning, that especially in smaller universities, I'm from the Bauhaus University in Weimar, so I think it counts regarding your Eurostat as a peripheral or non-urban area. And so it could be that then the incubator hubs in our universities are supplemented by subventioned by the government. But also real estate developers, of course, they have always a high transaction cost in terms of they have a high high rate of loans and high leverage effect, and so they're going to these abandoned areas where they're thinking that this could be an increase, but it also increases the increase of passenger buy frequencies, which is important for I don't know, retailers, for example. Social cultural factors, the well-being of the communities. There was a general community, so inside the co-working space, but also the inhabitants and the people who live around. So it has a positive effect because they're going to interact with this co-working space. And normally, also in rural areas, people are interested in this co-working space, what's going on there, what's happened there. And so we talked also in another study, for example, we talked to some companies and they wanted to go into the peripheral co-working spaces as they can show their employees and the people who are living around that it's kind of a cool company who is also modern and uses modern techniques and infrastructures. And but of course they increase the vividness of small towns, which may be maybe sorry, structural weak, and yeah. And the cohabitation, there's also something, because co-working spaces can provide social services, as I mentioned before, also with knowledge exchange, can create some potential exchange for kids, children, but also from the community around, for the people of the local neighborhood. And then effects on the user, so now on the user level, we had also these 4 different groups, and of course, as the majority of you know, it's because of the work-life balance. You have less commuting, etc., but also you can have a higher level of well-being. You can interact with other people, other co-workers, and in general, you have the sense of community, sense of belonging to a community, and this in general increases the well-being and avoid maybe social isolation, especially due to in times of COVID-19. Creativity, productivity, also some studies stated that it enhances the creativity and the productivity of the employers and co-workers who are working inside there. And of course the well-being of the users in general and the health of the users here at the end, especially again, so avoid social isolation during COVID-19. Avoidance of mental illness and have a lower stress level in general by have this interaction, have the sense of community, and the sense of belonging to a co-working space. And the last one was the impact of the COVID-19. And the COVID-19, as before, co-working space is close to the home and was used, as we also heard before from the speakers, that you kind of balance out between working from home to have the possibility to go to a co-working space, to work with other employees, with other workers, and have an exchange and have the sense of community and not need to be staying at home. But it's just some to mention. The conclusions were actually, as we saw before, it's a kind of a current topic, still ongoing. The main research was on a spatial planning level, so from the urban perspective, but it has general positive effects on the economy and the regional economy, on the regional development, but also in the community and individual user. There are issues of developing a co-working space in rural areas, so maybe a lot of people of you know who are dealing with the issue of co-working spaces in rural areas that they have difficulty to get funding, to have to look for co-workers who want to join there, who want to sit in there. They not want to commute to bigger cities. So it's a lack of co-workers and low demand of co-working spaces. The limitations of the research in general was, of course, the restricted availability of the relevant literature, but also like the time limitations. I think now in 2022 we had a lot of new publications toward this topic, and so it's a upcoming topic. A lot of things was done. It was limited to date, and of course the literature is mainly limited to European countries. So we don't have this view on South America. We see some research going on, or Africa, some bigger continents. There's also some coming up. So we have our European point of view on it, I guess, and the focus on urban planning in general. Then the derivation from the findings to the real estate economy, real estate market. So it generally makes a regeneration of the historical sites, which is a positive effect. And this has an impact on the commercial real estate prices and attracting project developers who are trying to entering in this market. Maybe the effect of immigration, of course, it's a gentrification effect and could be have an effect on the rental prices, but also the housing prices. On the short term, especially in the long term, if the population increases for a longer time, then of course the demand increases. And as we know, before the knowledge worker come actually with more higher salary, higher income, and they can afford higher prices, and it increases the costs and the technical adaptation through activities. So actually, as we know, it's also a good strategy for regional development when you attract entrepreneurs, startups. And this could be also seen or used as a regional development strategy of, I don't know, local policymakers. And that's it. Thank you for your attention. I hope I'm in time. And feel free to ask if you have any questions.
Okay, Marco, we have two in front.
Thank you, Thomas, for your presentation. Really interesting. Regarding your literature research, what kind of research do you missing regarding you scanned a lot of different researchers, but what kind of research are you missing? What is the issue our researchers should look on?
I think thanks for the question, Marco. I think in general we have a strong focus on urban planning. So maybe also the all what is around the whole seeing. I think what's interesting now it's pop-ups, the workation and so on. So the new models of co-working spaces were now increasing. Now the interaction or the intersections between different industries, the accommodation industry and the co-working industry in urban areas. I think there's a lot of more things to do. What we need to look up, and also from different perspectives. And I think of co-working space is a topic that addresses a lot of different disciplines. And now I think it's going to more and more get stronger also from the entrepreneur perspective, as Simon say. It's getting stronger from a real estate perspective. Maybe it's getting more interest. Also when you see the whole market of flexible, the office market actually, it's now the share of flexible workspaces that are offered there are increasing heavily. So it's a rethinking between different structures. And I think in all different types, we have a strong focus now from urban planning, and also in general, I think the definition of co-working spaces needs to be also clearer. And so far, it's not really clear. There are different models who are defining it to different perspectives, as Marco, for example, did one. But I think there are different more, especially now when pop-up this workation, co-workation, retreat, co-living, and so on.
I can free you of the clicker.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we can do. One more.
Hi.
Hi.
I actually have two questions, I believe. We run a network of rural co-working spaces in Sweden. Regarding that, and in connection to Alexander's presentation earlier, do you see any connection between the level of community that you build in a space and the effect on the real estate market? I
think that's a big problem, actually. That I think more the profit-driven co-working spaces, they're not that much focusing on community, in my opinion. But I think it's a really important point. Also, one of the definition models is what's the level of community is a model of co-working space. In the rural area, I think the community in co-working space in rural areas are stronger than they are in urban areas, from my perspective. Because there are a lot of them are non-profit and they're less having this, mostly they are supported by governmental institutions. But I don't know if there's a relation between the price in the real estate market and the level of community. I couldn't see that.
Would be interesting to know more.
True.
And the other part is that entrepreneurs running co-working spaces in rural areas often have different things that they do, obviously.
Sure.
Have you seen anything around?
That's a very good question. Sorry. Do you finish the question? I'm actually just trying to figure out also like entrepreneurs from the one side, but also like this corporate co-working spaces in rural areas, and it's super rare to find. And so we found some of them, and mainly their purpose why they put up their corporate co-working space or corporate working space, it was because they established their business in this area. And now they try to want to show also their community around that why they pop up their modern industry, their modern company. Does it answer somehow your question?
Yeah, it's more of a marketing gimmick.
It's more marketing gimmick, exactly.
Okay, Thomas, thank you very much for your talk. Thank you very much for sharing ideas.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to ask Amnon to share the lifestyles of millennial coworkers in urban spaces, the case of Tel Aviv.
Thank you.
You have to point it in that direction.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the right one, yes.
On the right side?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I'm very excited to be here, and I want to thank Marco and Ilaria who invited me to participate in these workshops. And my presentation is on the lifestyles of millennial co-workers in Tel Aviv. And it's examined the lifestyles of the co-workers who choose to work in co-working spaces. And this kind of examination is important from the eyes of the city decision makers in order to understand the unique features or the needs of co-workers which they want to attract into their city. I will start with our objective and then the populations that we investigate in our study. A consumption model that we built in order to identify the lifestyles of co-workers, methodology that we employ in order to implement the consumption model, some empirical results, and we'll end with some conclusions. So let's start with the objective. Mine doesn't go? Yeah. Okay. Our main goal was to explore the unique lifestyles of the millennium generation and its relation to the new work environment, what we call co-working space. And we focus mostly in the co-workers, which found themselves in the co-working spaces, but we want to ask first who they are, and secondly, what their personal characteristics are, and more importantly, we asked ourselves, do they share similar lifestyle as well as knowledge and professional experience? Many scholars mentioned that in the literatures on this young generation. But our empirical study was done in Tel Aviv, and we choose Tel Aviv because it is the core of the largest metropolitan region of Israel. It's located also, as you can see in the map, in the center of the state. It's also a culture center and business of the whole state, and it also attracts many of the young people to come to this city and to establish high-tech projects in the fields of internet and application and so on. But with mention to the COVID-19, our study was conducted just before the breakout of the pandemic. And at that time, there was about 53 co-working spaces operating in Tel Aviv. But during the pandemic, as a result, 24 co-working spaces were closed. But at the same time, new 13 co-working spaces were opened. And currently, about 44 co-working spaces are operating in Tel Aviv. And what we did, we mapped all these 44 co-working spaces by using a heat map. Yeah. No, I think we missed one. Yes. On the right side, you can see the city of Tel Aviv, as was mapped by the 44 co-working spaces operating there. And you can see that they mainly concentrated in 3 main centers in the center of the city, just next to what we call Rothschild Avenue, which is a business center which have a lot of business and pubs, cafe, and other entertainment centers around it. And with respect to the types of co-working space, we divided them into 3 types. As you can see that in this pie: social co-working spaces, dedicated co-working spaces, and commercial co-working spaces, which are the majority, with about 67% of the total. So, in this city,
Sorry to interrupt, but can you just say quickly the difference between social and dedicated?
You said about the difference between social
the different. The dedicated is something, for instance, only for women, or only for designer. The social is social. Most of them belong to the city manager, and commercial is those which try to make some business with it, like economic business from the co-working spaces. And then, one of the biggest or the larger co-working spaces in Tel Aviv, named Mindspace, it's also an international network, located here in the center of Tel Aviv, next Rothschild Avenue. And here you can see the building of this co-working space. It's a huge building with 5 floors. All of them belong to Mindspace. And then about 850 co-workers, which comprise also 250 small companies, are located in this building and belong to the community of Mindspace, together, of course, with self-employed and individuals. So what kind of information we collected in our study from them? Yeah, Arno. I will start with... What happened? Yeah. So first of all, we made an interview. We make a systematic interview with the manager of Mindspace and also with the community managers of this space. And we made also physical observation within this co-working space in order to collect data on the functioning and on the physical feature of this place. Secondly, we also distributed an online internet survey among the co-workers who work in this place in order to collect data on their characteristics and on their leisure activity. Next to the methodology, we built a consumption model which look at the lifestyle as a holistic perspective, find out in this diagram, and you can see there are 3 main stems from that. But first of all, we look at that, what is the role of a household member within this lifestyle. The secondly is the role as a worker and as leisure activity pattern. Let's look at each of them. Yeah. The role as a household member, first of all, we define them by satisfying the welfare need of all people who live in the house, in the household, by looking at the level of wages, by looking at the type of workplace and the location of the workplace of this household member, and also the household size. Secondly, when we look at the role as a worker, our assumption is that co-worker working in the means of creating a career path. It's very important to them, and you will see it, which benefit their financial situation. And last, we believe that co-workers engage in a multidimensional leisure activity pattern, which include culture, include entertainment, sport, home activity, and overtime work. Now, coming back to our consumption model and looking at the methodology that we employ in order to implement it. So first of all, if we like to see how we can measure the perception of activity pattern of the co-workers, we did it by developing measurement scale of 16 items that we ask the co-worker to rate them by using bipolar 5 Likert scale, and we employ on that rated statement explanatory factor analysis to understand what can be the activity pattern, focusing on the activity pattern, leisure activity pattern. On the next steps, what we did, in order to find out what are the finer characteristics of the lifestyles of the co-workers, we employed cluster analysis by means of two-stage clustering methods, and at the end we crossed the activity pattern or activity dimension and the cross stage, all together integrate them in order to identify the lifestyles of the co-worker. So moving now to the result. Next. As I mentioned, in order to understand the activity pattern of the co-workers, we employ the factor analysis on the 16 items of leisure activity, and the explanatory factor analysis received with 5 concepts, as you can see here in the diagram. Let's see what are the concepts of leisure activity or the dimension of these activities. Here in the table, you can see the 16 items that the co-worker asked to rate and the 5 concepts or 5 dimensions of activity pattern preferences by the co-worker. So the first one, as you can see, is dedicated to high loading for statements that regarding to career paths of the co-workers. The second one is dedicated the time much more to sport, indoor and outdoor sport activity. The third one is indicate a high loading for entertainment, for being in, for instance, a frequency goes to cafe and restaurants. Oh, I frequently watch movies, play games, and other things. This fourth one is about social activity. The main idea with co-working, which preferences for being involved in social organization and things like that. And the last one is those who prefer to be more at home and work from home, make hobbies at home, and etc. So what we got from the explanatory factor analysis, 5 different dimensions, 5 concepts of activity pattern that are preferred by different co-workers. Next now, we employ the cluster analysis on the features or the characteristics of the co-workers in order to find if there is groups which are differ greatly from each other. And what we get from that, 4 clusters. We coin them well-established freelancers, young educated employee, high-tech employee, salaried employee. Let's look at them. When we look at the first one, on the right side, you can see the unique characteristics of this group or this cluster of co-workers. And on the left side, the preferences for activity pattern. And we measured it by the average factor score from the explanatory factor analysis. And you can see how it differentiates between what we call work-related activity, hobbies at home, culture, entertainment, social activity, and sport. And the bold graph belongs to this group. For instance, the first one is the well-established freelancers, how we call them. And they comprise about 27% of our sample. Who are they? They are the oldest of all the groups. First of all, most of them are married, most of them have children. They work, they are self-employed, they work No. It's run. Half of them they are self-employed, which half of them work in the high-tech industry and half of them in the services industries. And with respect to the activity pattern, it's full with, as you see, work-related activities and home-related hobbies at home, more than the other activity. The next one is the high-tech entrepreneur cluster. Well, they comprise about 70% of our sample, and these are, they are self-employed. All of them, total of them, work in the high-tech sector and earn very high wages, as you can see. They are highly educated, and most of them are married but without children. Now, if we look at the activity pattern, it's totally different from the first one. Most of them are work-related activities more than any other. Okay. But also with hobbies at home and culture entertainment. Now, the third one, I will do it quickly. It doesn't work. When you look at them, these are the salaried employees. Half of them are married, do not have children yet. Most of them have an academic degree. They earn a very small or low or medium wages. Perhaps they are in the early stage of their career. And if you look at the activity pattern, it's filled with culture, entertainment, and social activity. So totally different from the others. And the last group is the younger educated employee, which are the youngest in our sample. Most of them are not married yet, and you can see also that they are all of them salaried employees, half work in the high-tech sector and half in the service industry. And again, totally different activity pattern, which are mostly in the culture, entertainment, and in lesser extent with hobbies at home and work-related activity. So we got 4 different lifestyles of co-workers that were participating in our study. So, which is the integration of the unique character on one side and the preferences for activity pattern on the other side. So to conclude, I'm going to finish. So what we saw that our study revealed the co-worker utilized leisure and time in variety of ways. And we saw it in the slides. Which means that the separation between work, family life, pleasure during the weekday, as was mentioned many times in the past, is no longer accepted by the younger generation now. More than that, we found that there is a high heterogeneity between this group of workers, which contradict the tendency to label them as one group. Next, this heterogeneity we find has a lot of implication, and it's because of the needs of them, the expectation of this young generation, and it's very important for the city decision maker who wants to attract this kind of people to their cities. But what next? This study was an exploratory study. We already expanded our study, and we include all the 44 co-working spaces of Tel Aviv in our research, but here now we're focusing on another question. We try to find out what makes particular co-working space attractive on another co-working space for potential co-workers. Is it their characteristics? Is it the level of services of the co-working space or the surrounding area, urban area near the co-working space? You already finished this, and we had about 500 questionnaires that we are now analyzing them. We get a lot of interesting results that we will ready to present them in the next conference. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. I can hold it for you. Yes, we have a question in front.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. I have two small questions. One question is regarding the aspect of gender for your typology. I would be very interested how the percentage of male and female would be, because I think that's a relevant factor. And the other question is, how did you come to your items for your factor analysis? How the items you used were developed. For example, what means social activities and so on.
No, the first one question. I didn't watch it. I didn't present it the division in gender, but if I remember quite well, about 70% or 65% are male in this group of co-workers. The second question we ask about the item of activity pattern, how we came to that. Okay, we take it from the literature. We try to find out what this young generation is doing in the city, but we want to see what is the preferences of them for different kind of activity pattern. So we give them a list of 16 statements saying, hi, I am doing that. Just rate it on scale between 1 and 5. And we got, at the end, by employing the factor analysis, 5 concepts which different from each other, significant different. And we saw that it's preference by different group of co-workers. So when we cross them again with the cluster analysis of the characteristics of these co-workers, we find out that we have 4 different lifestyles which describe this kind of young generation who choose to work in co-working spaces. And there's a lot of young people who are attracted to co-working spaces in Tel Aviv.
Okay, Amnon, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to ask Gary to share a toolkit for rural co-working.
Thank you. Okay, there we are. Okay, well, thank you for making it through, and especially if you're still online after 8 and now the 9th presentation. It's great to be here, and just so much information this morning. As somebody who's come from a rural development, rural business, rural entrepreneurship background, and been introduced to co-working from that rural perspective, to hear the development of the sector, the development of expertise has been really, really valuable for me, and I'm sure everyone else in the room. So I hope I can keep the standards up with this final piece. The toolkit I probably won't get to explaining in depth, but there is a link to it online. But I want to just talk through how the research got us to a toolkit, and actually finish, instead of talking through the toolkit, with a nice little animation to take us on to lunch. So I must acknowledge Digit, who funded the research between 2020, 2021, and my co-authors who were on the last slide as well. So we set out with the aims of trying to understand this development of rural co-working, and we started writing the proposal before COVID hit. So this isn't a COVID project, but it all happened during COVID. So we can't avoid it, but we'll try to avoid it in terms of learning about what was happening in these rural areas. So how was it influencing working practices? How was it building and sustaining social networks in rural places? In these, as many of you have mentioned this morning, in the less dense, the sparse areas, is there enough critical mass? And what do these economic and business networks look like? And my own interest has turned a lot to this notion of community cohesion in rural areas. And I want to get us to sort of thinking about, yes, there's the positive changes in this sort of smart countryside where people can work online, can work anywhere, but not everyone is part of that. What about the kids that are leaving school whose aspirations are not into that line of work? Can co-working be something to raise aspirations? Can we bridge across into the more foundational economy through co-working? Or is this going to actually be a wedge between those that are global digital citizens and those that are not? So that's what I want to get to. Oops. And that little diagram just really basic, but just sort of showcased how we were thinking of the co-working centre and the co-workers in the middle in the blue dots in this rural place. I think we accept that it's connecting to the cities, the red. That's one of the functions, isn't it? It's improving that visibility among urban places. It's improving the connectivity to bigger urban economies. But is it integrating the green triangles? Is it integrating the sons and daughters of farmers whose career trajectory, can they get into that digital space? Can we integrate the shopkeeper, the publican, the other rural businesses whose fortunes are maybe more precarious at the moment? And as the quote at the top you've perhaps been able to read, I think there's an irony that we're looking at these digitally enabled places as perhaps the conduit to reconnect people's socially. And I think that's what co-working spaces are doing in rural places. So what we did? We interviewed co-working founders, owners, managers, slightly different terms that have been used. We were going to focus on the UK, and then Anita Fuzi from Budapest, who may be online, I don't know. I saw her name on the list this morning. When she joined the team, that gave us access to a few European examples, and through Polly Chapman, who was one of our partners in the Impact Hub in Inverness, that gave us access to a couple of impact hubs in rural areas as well. So we became a little bit more global in our outlook. Because we couldn't go and lurk in co-working places and interview people as we'd planned, we then switched to doing more sort of interviews with policymakers, with the head of Flexa and people like that, to see how the policy world was viewing rural co-working. So that was one of the changes that we had to make. We also analysed the marketing messages of the websites and how they were pitching the rural angle. Were they selling this rural green environment, or were they selling a professional? We just happened to be in the countryside, but hey, we're super professional and we're co-working and we're modern. And we saw both takes on that. And then we did some focus groups back with the policymakers, and actually we're going to do another one in January to go back to them a year on and say, you know, what's been happening, and then hopefully use that as a way to get to some of the actual co-workers as the research continues. So here's just a couple of the images of the sort of places that we're talking to. I had to put the pub on the top right because that's where it all started, in the village I used to live. A bunch of people in Collingham in Nottinghamshire decided that the community bought out the pub. There was a room upstairs. Maybe we could do some co-working. And that's what my ears sort of perked up. I thought, hey, that's interesting, something different, absolutely bottom-up, community-led initiative. But then, we found out these other different types of venues. And I think that the point of putting the pictures up is to say, you know, these are really different. And the place, the building, builds the identity as to what it becomes. You know, the green space or the privacy of the space, whatever, that defines that co-working initiative. Now, I'm sorry, this one's a bit small, the way that the tables come out, but this is the start of the toolkit. And what we discovered is you can't have one toolkit for rural co-working. So we've got 3 columns, and the middle one is perhaps 2 in itself. And this has been mentioned a few times this morning. If you're setting it up as a profitable business, you're looking at different needs, different market segments. You're going through a different approach to targeting your digital nomads. It's about quality of service. It's about how you maximize the income from the services you provide. Yeah? You want professional, plush space. It's got to feel right. The way you build community, I think, is still important for these people we spoke to. But without wanting to sound cynical, it's about engendering loyalty to that place. Yeah? It's about them being your salespeople. So community is, yes, it's nice, but it's also for other purposes. I'll go right to the opposite extreme, and the community-led, which there were several of these in rural areas. I remember talking to a couple of people in Scotland in particular, where they just got this building and they wanted to do something for the community. And it's like, people can come in and work here, and we kids can have music lessons in the evening, or the community can have it at weekends as a wedding venue in one case. It was a real multi-purpose facility, but it was recognizing that people had moved into this community from other parts of Scotland and perhaps weren't mixing, and that local workers were struggling to get online because the internet 1 mile out of the village just was non-existent. So it was combining that digital need for some, but also the social need for others. So they were doing it because it was a nice place for them to work, but it was a nice thing to do for their community. There was no real profit incentive. It's just making use of a building and making it pay for itself. So I think they're both about, bottom up insofar as it's the co-workers themselves driving what goes on. Down the middle, when we spoke to public sector, and we're having some conversations last night about, I'm not sure the public sector always gets co-working. They're like, oh, this is great, this is exciting, this is working here, let's do it here, where the economy is lagging behind. It's not how it works, is it? You can't just make it happen by saying, hey, here's a co-working centre, now make all that magic happen. So, and it's not a criticism of the people that are trying to drive it from the public sector, because they've got their own goals, which is about training, and they're measured on startups, they're measured on different outcomes, yeah? And they tend to then have constrained budgets, so it's a functional appearance, and then they end up, the incubator and the accelerator programs take over because they can measure those. They can't really measure the value of co-working in their local authority style metrics. What I'm trying to do in the next project is to combine these two columns and get a proper co-working operator to work with the local authority and generate some new conversations, but that's another story for another day. So what we found were sort of among the critical success factors which we fed into this toolkit. Real summary of it here, but location and accessibility, and in rural areas, car parking. I know we want to go green, but if you haven't got a good car park and your clients are 5 miles out of the village, they've got to be able to get there and park their car freely as well. Technology was a big thing. We genuinely have people still going to a co-working space because it's got a good printer. Or, as I say, they can upload something which will take all night in the broadband connection they have out in the Highlands of Scotland or the hills of Northumberland. And we've put kettle. It should be super good quality coffee machine. Because again, everyone said, and you all know it, the kitchen is where the conversation happens, and it's having that facility there that's important. So the design, the layout of the space we've heard about this morning, the different membership options, you need to be attuned to your users. So there's the planning and the design phase that is critical. Then there's building that community identity, communicating it outwards, getting people on board with what co-working is part of that identity, isn't it, as well? Building the opportunities for collaboration, and potentially, particularly for the public sector, but I think for others as well, offering training and business support, building those links to other types of businesses, other people in the rural area. As one of us said, you can't build the innovation centre, but you can create a space where people come and meet and talk informally. And out of that, and over time, you get the rural development outcomes we're looking for. So this is where, if I've got 4 minutes left, which I think I just about have, there's a short video clip that the guys at the back are going to just roll for me. So this is the animation that accompanied the toolkit. And there should be some sound as well.
Then a lot of possibilities suddenly open up. Being able to work remotely and make connections in new ways means that many businesses are heading out of big urban centres. And rural locations are starting to see major new opportunities. Rural co-working hubs are spaces in which new mixes of people and ideas are coming together. They're uniquely flexible. They have the potential to be built as much around social and community networks as they are around business. While digital freelance contractors have been popping up in the countryside for some time, the pandemic has created a huge change in dynamics. Many employees of established companies now find that they no longer need to commute to work on a regular basis and are able to live rurally while successfully continuing on their career paths. And while many of them love their new countryside homes, they may not wish to be isolated within them. This means that many companies are beginning to look at the possibilities of renting space for their employees in co-working setups. A whole set of barriers is being broken down in these spaces. Rural entrepreneurs can make connections with established business networks, as can freelancers, with new opportunities and benefits for all involved. Co-working spaces don't work though if they're just motels for desks. Access to the focus of quiet office space is of course important, but the setup needs to be all about the mix. Meeting rooms and spaces for video calling are vital, along with communal areas for people to share ideas, experience, and offer a potential antidote to the isolation of remote working. There are clear differences emerging between co-working spaces in different types of rural location. In commuter belt areas, co-working spaces are usually set up by entrepreneurs, often making use of abandoned retail space in small towns. In more remote locations, they're more likely to be community-led ventures run on a not-for-profit basis. These spaces often have a far wider scope than shared office space, providing affordable room for community groups, evening classes, space for small retail and cafes, all of which enriches the experiences of those working there. However, entrepreneur and community-led spaces don't need to evolve separately. Some are already forming links with one another, and these partnerships allow both types to benefit from each other's expertise. For rural co-working spaces to remain viable, most need to be able to cultivate multiple income streams. And the benefits aren't restricted to co-working operators and their users. Many actively promote links to local businesses and use local suppliers as much as possible. Rural co-working is creating vital new pathways to economic regeneration. And more than that, it opens up exciting new ways of working, of sharing, and of creating community.
Okay, thank you. I've got one conclusion slide if we want to flick back to it, and then, yeah. So as we, I should say the animation is on the NICER, National Innovation Centre for Rural England website. The link was on the previous slide. By all means, share it, borrow it, use it to promote rural co-working if you're in that space. But as we said, it is fragmented because of the idiosyncratic nature of these sites, but I think that's a good thing. We don't want homogenous rural co-working places that look the same. We want to embrace the diversity. I think that's part of creating these different identities that can work. And create the new networks that can help different rural entrepreneurs get involved in co-working, in the digital economy and the creative economy, and so on. Sorry, there was one extra, yeah. So yeah, we all agree here, we're talking to the converted, that co-working is going to play an increasingly important role in the economy. We think they can play a number of roles, as the animation suggested, social, community, as well as business. And I think the final point, in terms of investment, in terms of the public sector, the public-private partnerships that somebody alluded to earlier, if we can get the public sector to support them, but enable the private and the third sector to really drive forward the distinctive types of setups that are going to work in their distinctive rural places, that has to be the vehicle for success, I think. So it's about supporting the right infrastructure, enabling the investment, but letting the co-workers do their thing and make rural places sort of exciting, connected, and distinctive. So that really is it this time. So thank you very much.
Okay, we have space for one question.
Gary. Thank you very much. I have a question about the importance of collaboration between university researchers and policymakers, local policymakers, because there is the issue of, for instance, the fear of the urban hipster going to rural areas with the aim to change everything because they know better than the locals. So that's why it's important that I think that policy makers, but Ignacy Capdeville also wrote a chapter about this, no? The collaboration between policymakers and the researchers and the practitioners to really find a way in order to avoid these negative externalities.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the key points in building these networks, isn't it? It's being inclusive. And I think you've got, what we found is where there's people moving into rural areas from beyond, they can create this little sort of enclave, or almost exclave, isn't it, of the urban economy that, I don't know what these rural yokels are doing. The difficulty of conversation is both ways as well, isn't it? So I think there's a role for the co-working operators to build those bridges, to create spaces where local businesses can come in and engage with them, where local young people or older people looking to reskill can come in. But creating that interface is really difficult, isn't it? And I think there's policymakers can play a role, but I think the co-working leaders need to do that as well. And when you do talk to them, they kind of say, well, yeah, the place matters, and that's the distinctive thing with rural. I think the place, the environment, the location, they want to give something back. Whether it's the digital nomads going for a couple of weeks to somewhere in Spain, which we spoke to, they said, actually, we want to give something back to the local community. I remember one of them saying, we're teaching the old granddads how to tune in their TV. But they genuinely had that desire to do something for the local. So once you enable it, I think they want to. I don't think they want to be just their own little urban-focused hipster group. But I think it's difficult for them to communicate outward as well as for others to communicate in. So yeah, universities can play a big role, policy, but I think the co-workers have got to lead it. That's my view. Thank you.
I think there's a great opportunity to continue the conversation while having the lunch. So thank you very much, Gary, for sharing the
inspiration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And guys, please be back at 1:30. We'll continue here with the panel discussion.
Yeah, there is just like one important thing which is in regards to the lunch. It's because, I mean, I know that maybe there can be like some dietary restrictions, so it's all vegan because this place is like a vegan place. But what at least we try to do is to do like the vegan variation. So there is vegan goulash, all of local cuisine, and field paprikas and all that stuff. So yeah, please enjoy the lunch and drink coffee and eat cookies and be back in 45 minutes. Thank you so much. Yeah, cheers.
Okay, are we all here? If you want to start, say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, no, a bit more than that. Come on. If you want to start, say yes.
Yes. Yes.
And I didn't get that job at TGI Fridays, so this is how I deploy my annoying waiterness. Thank you for laughing, that lady there. Okay. And one other thing, and it always annoys somebody in the room here, when you ask a question, please ask a question. Like, what did you think about the cat as you were studying it? Not in my 1984 book, when I interviewed President Reagan, I asked him about cats, and then he told me, and then Richard Branson came into the room, and I had tea with the Queen, and I think what I'm really asking is about the cat. Because who's published a paper here? Or has a website? We can read all that shit on your website, okay? So, and the questions, on a serious note, there's people listening at home, so when you talk for ages, it seems like 5 minutes in the room, but it seems like at least 30 minutes online. Do you get the point? And I'm going to be quiet now. So who'd like to go first? Pavel?
Yes,
you look so ready, man. just go down the line, say what you do, where you come from, and then move it along to the next person.
Okay. Hello, I'm Pavel Železný. My surname is, in English it will be Iron Man or made of iron. Yeah,
Whoa.
just happened when I was born. I own a co-working place, Pracovna, here in Žižkov, where we have an event tonight, like the night evening event. And I bought this co-working 5 years ago, 1 year before COVID. Was a great investment though. And we survived it and we run it. So if you have any questions regarding practical things, how the co-working business work, don't ask me, please.
Hi everyone, you saw me before, maybe my name is Thomas Vogel. My surname is in English Bird. And yeah, I'm a researcher in new working spaces, corporate real estate management, organization, occupancy behavior, and so on. And yeah, my field of research is also co-working spaces, new working spaces. And yeah, if you have any questions, especially regarding rural or peripheral co-working spaces, I would be glad to answer your questions.
Hello, my name is Vendela Dobravska. I'm working for Zlín Creative Cluster. And I'm also running Coworking Center in Uherské Hradiště, but it's a very small city. So I'm here also for running for coworking. And I want to say that I'm not able to translate it my surname, Dobravska, because it's probably some tree in Poland way.
Okay.
Dobra.
Hi everyone, my name is Pauline. My family in French, in general, family names have no meaning, so my family names has no meaning. Yeah, I'm French, living between Berlin and Bulgaria, and I recently co-authored a book called Around the World in 250 Co-working Spaces.
You bring a lot of meaning to the world as you are, Pauline.
Sorry?
You bring a lot of meaning to the world as you are. So.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lucas. I also come from Zlín, so a peripheral city. And I'm personally a lecturer and teacher, and lecturer and researcher, Thomas Bati University in Zlín. And I would like to share some results we actually come up with in this course action.
Ace. So we have like 12 questions here. Go on. And yeah, my intern Marco is at the back there with the microphone. But the first one, do you want to start with a rural question or an urban question? Rural. Such a rowdy bunch. Okay, so Jose, can you pick someone to answer? Because I can't make decisions. I'm a supporter, not a decision maker. So the question is, how do you see the current trends behind the rural co-working movements? Pauline.
I knew this was coming my way. I mean, from our perspective, because we travel a lot around the world of co-working in general, rural has definitely gained popularity. I think all the research we've seen recently also shows that people are much more interested in, and we have to define what we mean here by rural, because when we think about the word rural means people might think about the countryside, but there might also be, for us, rural might be a little bit broader in the sense like second and third tier cities who might also benefit from the model of co-working. So we definitely see that it's a rising trend. But it's not because it's a rising trend that it's easy to implement. So there are still a lot of challenges along rural co-working for it to keep on thriving or to gain popularity. And I think one of the first one, maybe we're going to get there, is already about education, because people don't understand exactly what's co-working already in an urban context. So in rural areas, this also becomes even more prominent. So it is there, it's growing, but if we want it to grow more, we need more education about what it is.
I really agree with the education about co-working thing. Look, Wendy's dying to answer that question.
You a little bit stole my answer.
Oh, really?
We can move on quickly and cut that bit from the...
No. It's with the co-working, like, people don't know what is it. This is my problem. I'm whole day sitting here and thinking about everything that was saying here, and I fit in it, I understand it, but my main problem is that people don't know what is it. So every day somebody came to the co-working, opened the door and said, what is this? What is a hub? Yeah, and they are, okay. So, and why people working here? Why they are not working in companies? Yeah, so this is like, the trend is nice. We are opening co-workings in small cities. It's okay, but people don't know what is it for because they never heard about it yet on their rural areas.
Luca?
Yeah, I would step in that I think that the future is that it might also evolve from community spaces, community centers. So it's not necessarily that we have a look like how the co-working space as a term evolve in the rural areas, but I mean that might be really interlinked with bringing, and I think we had a presentation very nice by Gary, that this might serve as a community spaces and then evolve into more, let's say, economic sense. So it might be just a meeting focal point for people, especially on a rural sites.
Great. Pavel?
Well, it happens in Prague that people come in and are curious what the co-working works like, and I see the big shift in the really what was told here was said, that people come with the different expectations. They want to have meetings, like virtual online meetings, and they are looking for a space where they can hide themselves. Before I saw that they like the open space, chit-chat at a coffee, and right now sometimes people come and they just want to hide and work on their computer. So that I see a big change.
Tom?
I think also that the rural co-working space, it's interesting to make it profitable, because I think you need to find, that's also the definition, what is rural, and what is peripheral, and so on, that you find proper co-workers who want to join there. So I think a lot of this trend is growing in the public-run or public-private partnership-run co-working spaces. But I think there's a trend going on, but I don't know if after COVID, it's like the wave is kind of flattening down a little bit. Could be, I don't know. I think that's the most difficult challenge, to get co-workers in rural co-working spaces.
Great. How did they do, folks? Yes or no? Okay. And interestingly, that question was from Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters. So do you want to cheer? You've got to cheer. Urban or rural? Urban?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rural? Yay. God. It's like being at a combine harvester fair. Okay, so this question is from Barack Obama in Washington. Can the co-working model live up to its full potential in rural areas? And Louise has kindly offered to introduce the first questionnaire. So the question is, can the co-working model live up to its full potential in rural areas?
Okay. I think it's also depending on what is the co-working space model, because it's also the definition of the co-working space model. It's also really broad, and I think it could be, there are definitely a lot of potentials in the co-working space model. And especially for the rural areas, maybe some rural areas we see something, for example, with the tourism background in rural areas, the combination of these new hybrid forms of workation, co-workation things. This could happen, but it's difficult to define what co-working space model is going to be there in the rural area. But I think that's have definitely potential, but I don't know to which co-working space model.
Who's next, Louise? Come on, stop Facebooking and...
Well, I think it depends really on critical mass, whether it's available. So, I mean, you might have the best model once the people are not there. I mean, it can really function properly. But what I think, what in the cost action we figured out that during the COVID times, a lot of knowledge workers were coming back to its original roots. Mm-hmm. And this might be the trajectory, making it more, let's say, viable option to run also on a rural, let's say, sites or peripheral.
Cool. Pavel?
I think the big challenge is to find the community. I also do community management in a business club and in a mastermind club. And I think that the most difficult thing is to understand that to build a community, you cannot do like that. You cannot buy it. You cannot drag it from somewhere. It takes time. And if in the rural areas you see potential in small companies or some maybe makers who can join in one place and try to figure out something like this in this building, that can work.
Yep. Wendy?
for me, it's not the problem, the community on the small city, because we already have the community there. You just need to go inside of it. But for us, it's a problem who support it. Like the potential is there. In our city, there is a lot of nomads who are going there because it's a nice city and they just want to spend some time there. But we are like finding the ways how to support it. Is it municipal or it's some private sector? Because it's not business that we will make money on it on the rural area. I think like I want to see some example of co-working in your area what is like good business to make money. So the potential is there for sure, but it depends who support it. If cities support it, it's nice because the money will be going back to the city through the business. It's good for the city. But for private sector or the community, I'm not so sure.
I think also when I can pick up on this, when you mentioned just the digital nomads, and actually for digital nomads, they're kind of staying for maybe, depending on the time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe months. So how are you going to build a community on this specific target group? You know, that's also like a thing what you need to be rethink about the model and about the community.
Thank you. Dziękuję. Pauline?
I think the term co-working model is interesting because what do you look at when you talk about co-working model? There are like different elements to the model itself. If we look at the community aspect of the co-working model, and then we can look at the business aspect of the co-working model. And then if we put it in the context of a rural area, I believe strongly that in the community context, rural co-working spaces have a lot of power and a lot of possibilities that extends even further probably than urban areas, because people seek this, as we've seen in the last presentation of Gary, sorry, I forgot, I'm sorry. Gary.
G. Professor G.
So as we've seen in his presentation, this sense of belonging is even stronger in rural areas. So I believe the community model behind co-working can work really well in rural areas. But then, of course, the business model is always a challenge for many reasons. That you said people don't understand what it is. So if they don't understand, how do they buy it? You know, so it's kind of like a circle. So again, we go back, and then there are other challenges. We were discussing this earlier. The internet infrastructure in rural areas, is it good enough for people to be able to work from the co-working space? So I think the model, if we look at it on a people perspective, it can work financially. This is still something we have to crack because we are not there yet for operators running in rural areas.
Lovely, thank you very much. We've got, do you want to do urban or rural?
Urban.
Rural? Oh, it's an urban question. Look, and Will wants an urban question, I can tell. He's giving me that secret urban wink, you know. Okay, this question is from, I can't think of anybody. This question is from Brenny Brown from the University of Texas. Only 2 people will get that in this room. So how would you assess the development trend behind the post-pandemic urban co-working spaces? How would you assess the development trend behind the post-pandemic urban co-working spaces? Did that make sense? That was a very...
It's heavy.
Am I just being like non-academic, or did that make sense? Are you okay? Who can go with that one?
I can start.
Yeah, look at that. He's such a masterminder, isn't he? Do you want me to repeat it?
No.
Okay. And then when it gets to you, you can just go somewhere else if it's easier. Okay.
I think I would put it in 2 phases. I think the first year of COVID happened that a lot of coworkers kept their memberships, stayed in the coworkings, because they thought it will end soon, and it didn't. So for the next year or the year after that, they were like, should I prolong the membership because I cannot obviously go there? And they don't. So the second year was actually the more difficult than the first one, from what I heard from Impact Hub and other places. To us, it was actually a challenge that we maybe succeeded because we didn't close down. We have a cafe in the front space and the co-working at the back space. So to the government, we said, like, well, we're closed because of the cafe. And for the co-workers, we said, like, we're open at the back space. So to us came people like, hey, we don't want to stay home. I have 3 children, you know, I was just crazy. And a lot of people are like, hey, I'm crazy at home. I need to come somewhere. So we had coworkers during the pandemic time, and we used it for our best. But that was actually very about maybe in other cities, in other countries in Europe, it changed according to the law of what happened.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Who do you want to hear from next?
You.
Just take it, okay. Yeah. I think also that there was the first phase, exactly, like the people were a little bit like keeping their memberships. And then the second phase, they're getting a little bit, I don't know, desperate or like panicking, also the co-working space providers probably. And then the subventions and support of the government took over, and then everything was good because they had this working from home policies, also the big corporates. And so co-working spaces were a nice place to work as an alternative from working from home remotely, I guess.
Let's keep going down the line. The next question is going to be an audience question, okay? If Marco comes back with the mic in time, okay? Carry on, Wendy.
I don't think I can have an answer for this. I can say that we was actually thinking that after COVID, people want to be more in the co-working centers because some offices will close after COVID because of energy or everything, but it's not happening yet. So I'm not sure if it's just in our city actually, and it's rural, it's not urban, but we was thinking that after COVID it will be more popular to co-working, but it's not still happening. It's the only thing what I can say on this question.
Okay. You don't have to have like a...
Can you repeat the question again?
I was going to offer to that. It only made sense when he gave an answer. So how would you assess the development trend behind the post-pandemic urban co-working spaces? So there's a development trend and there's urban co-working spaces and it's all post-pandemic.
I mean, it's changing, right? Like we all see it, it's changing. So co-working spaces in urban areas located in super center, if we take London, they might face bigger struggles because people don't commute so much anymore. So and in many of the conferences we've been to this year, this was discussed that the usage of the space is changing because before people didn't question the habit of going to work, right? We were all going from 9 to 5, from Monday to Friday to the office because we had to. The pandemic changed everything and now we go when we want to, which is different. So we are in a position where we consume co-working spaces, and in urban areas that are hyper-central, this changes because people don't go on Mondays and Fridays anymore. So co-working operators are like, okay, I'm located in the CBD area of my city. What do I do with my space on Monday and Friday? Because now it's empty. So what kind of usage do I invent when there are no people? And then for co-working spaces in urban areas, but that are in residential neighborhood, this question is not there. Because people suddenly, because they don't commute, they seek a space next to their home. So we also see that in residential areas of any kind of city, there are more and more co-working spaces opening, which economically also brings a lot of other opportunities for different type of businesses to open. Restaurants, pharmacies, whatever. So it brings back life to neighborhoods who were primarily before residential or like eat, work, sleep, and yeah. That's what we see.
That's definitely my feeling around London. That my whole 15-minute city dream is COVID made people stop commuting. Not totally. That's a whole new thing.
And just to add one last thing about the hyper-central areas that are now those big buildings that are empty because businesses don't go there. There's so many interesting conversations going on of like, are we converting big towers in like the city in London? Are we converting some of those floors into apartments? Because it's empty anyway, we cannot rent them. So I think those are going to change in the coming years, and that's also really interesting to look at, because there will be a new kind of dynamic in those urban areas, because again, people don't have to go to those neighborhoods anymore so much.
Definitely.
Well, I can only support that with the data we had, because we try to have a look on Prague and Milan, and it is actually happening, like the structural change that's happening in the cities, that the co-working spaces are shifting around, creating new centers or new CBDs, as I say. But what I would like to step in is that I think the work done by our colleagues, especially Chiara Tagliaro and her team, is hybridization. I think this will have That will be, I think, a focus on post-pandemic, how the co-working spaces change, how they hybrid now with, let's say, physical, virtual features of a community is in. And especially that what we figure out is that these spaces now might attract maybe not that usual, let's say, members, like financial advisors, no lawyers that want to step outside of a home office or whatever and be part of a community. So it will be also more of a diverse in a, let's say, economic sense, what they actually do.
Thank you. We're going to go, is it Marco? Yeah, Marco. Sorry, Marco. This lady here.
Lady. Lady.
Okay.
I would like to add one thing, that I see the big change in the mindset of companies having offices and their employees. They don't want to commute, or they tell them, okay, stay at home. And the people are actually looking for the spaces and co-working around them that were before just going to companies, to office. And since the pandemic happened, the companies see, okay, we might pay them something that they use other space. And we don't want them to be home because it's not so efficient and stuff like that. So that's the mindset of companies is changing.
So just before we get to Janet, we'll go around the audience now, and then I've got loads of questions here. Marco, can you keep an eye on who's next, and I'll attempt to. I know. I was just trying to include you in the event, But let's keep the pace moving, because this is going very well, and for people listening at home, get in the chat and say how much fun you're having. We'll go to Janet, and then we'll go to Mr. GDPR down there.
You're Janet now. No, I'm sorry.
This is live to like 200,000 people.
Oh, sorry.
Get it together.
I'm Chiara Tagliaro. Nice to meet you all from home
Buongiorno.
also. Buongiorno. So, no, my question was, I think that co-working is a sort of a very globalized phenomenon, in the sense that I recognize a co-working culture and co-working features that are not distinct so much in different countries. So I was wondering whether from your perspectives, different perspectives, you can identify some sort of Czech flavor to co-working space, or Czech specific dynamics that you can mention. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a difficult question.
Pounce on someone. Who do you want to answer that question first?
Let's start from here.
I wanted to be last, but okay. So far, what we had a look, I don't see any like real difference compared to, let's say, what globally the co-working spaces. What we just actually had a look is that some spaces are more, maybe this is what Amnon had in a presentation, more focused on one particular thing, like maybe family-oriented co-working space. These are now popping up, so maybe spaces that are more into well-being of members. So some specific features of these spaces are popping up, but I don't think they are that much different than, let's say, in neighboring countries, from my perspective.
Do you want to answer that?
I mean, I don't live in the Czech Republic, so it's hard to, I don't want to make generalization or anything, but from what we've seen and the spaces that you're going to meet tonight if you come to the book launch, where I'm going to introduce themselves, was very interesting for us when we came here the first time, is that we saw there were already a lot of diversity of concepts. So we always say co-working is the same dish, everyone cooks differently. And when we came to Prague for the first time and we went to Brno, we were very impressed already to see that there were so many different ways people were approaching co-working as a concept. That in some other cities it might be a little bit more, like, I don't know what's the word in English, like
homogenized.
Yeah, harmonious, or like, and I think here we saw a lot of different pairs, and some of them were here for quite some time already. Like they were existing since 2010, 2011, so they were already doing this for quite a while. And they kept on learning and improving. There were some merger also. I think K10 merged with Impact Hub and Lala. So there were a lot of interesting stories already happening here for us compared to other neighborhood countries.
I don't think we have some special flavor for co-working. I just think it's maybe because we are smaller. So if I don't think about Impact Hub, I think we have these special types of co-workings, and every is totally different. because the community makes it. Because I think mainly we have community co-working spaces than some business, and they are same, like you said, but every co-work on every city is totally different, actually. So it's not the flavor.
Do you want to say anything, Tom?
Not okay. I'm fine.
Just fine. You're not amazing.
I'm amazing.
You're doing really well for someone on the panel. I know your name, but I can't remember it. Sorry.
I will have more a comment than actually a question, and I know that's always the worst thing. But and it relates to what you talked before. We have now very good data coming in for Germany and the migrational patterns that we see already starting before the pandemic. And actually, the majority of people moves to suburban areas, and they move to medium-sized and small-sized cities. So it's not urban or rural, but it seems to be about all the spatial contexts in between. So maybe we also should start reframing our conversations and how we talk about it, because it seems these type of spatial contexts we don't really factor in yet or look at, and those might again be a bit different from what we already know from the urban and the rural situation.
That was way less. That was way better than I thought it was going to be. You framed it. You framed it as a. It's Janet, isn't it? Yeah, Janet from Berlin. Okay. I know we talked already. I was actually going to say, so the people at home know who you are. Mr. GDPR, can you say who you are and your question, please?
I'll start from GDPR to begin with. But anyways, no, my question is more about infrastructure. So in reality, I've been to, I think, maybe 5 or 6 co-working places in different countries. And what I see often is this. First of all, when you want to book a desk, you can't do it online. You have to go and talk to them. I mean, technology-wise, we should be able to do this. So where is the infrastructure from that point of view? Then second is, very often you go to a co-working space and their internet is worse than your data on the mobile. So again, bad infrastructure. Third thing is, often their mouses, keyboards, or screens are not working. Fourth is security again. So if I'm talking to a customer or someone, that is sensitive, as my customer, I don't want to talk in front of people. So how are we covering these things?
Is this in your experience of co-working is shit in general, or in a specific place?
In general.
I just say
it's actually Dublin.
Yeah.
It's Brno. It's here in Slovakia.
This has turned into like a TV show now, hasn't it? And we've got. So what was your question?
That's what happened. Okay, sorry. The question was infrastructure. So how are we providing a better infrastructure for people to be able to come to co-working spaces and work efficiently? That's the question.
I think you're making a lot of important points in your question. No, but because, and I started to talk about it when we talked about peripheral co-working or rural co-working, but this also applies to urban co-working. In terms of internet, I mean, people go to co-working spaces, why? Not just for the community, they want to work, right? Because if they need to work to pay their rent in the co-working space and be a part of that community, because up to this day, co-working is not free. So if we cannot provide a good internet connection, that's already the first problem. And I think there are some of your question, of the elements of your question are difficult to discuss because this is more on a one-on-one case, or maybe some of the bad experiences you had, which I want to say are not the experiences of all co-working spaces. So for instance, some co-working spaces are very good at addressing privacy. They are very good at providing phone booths or meeting rooms that are really well insulated, so you have really the room for having private conversations. Then you talked about keyboards and screens. Well, not all co-working spaces provide this. Normally you come with your own laptop. So maybe where you were, I don't know, they were offering a bad computer, I don't know, but usually you come with your own material and you just pay for the service. But I think the infrastructure is getting better. Also, why? Because more people are getting aware about what's co-working, so they invest into co-working, and the more co-working gets funding and clients, the better they can invest in the overall infrastructure they offer people.
I think what happened to us with infrastructure is that we did not provide any screens, for example.
Yeah.
But coworkers came in and said, like, can I leave my screen here on the table, and people can use it. So we have a few screens and things that people brought, and it's theirs, and we don't care, kind of. It's not ours, and we don't offer it, and we say, yeah, you can sit anywhere, you can use the screen, you can use this lifting table, it's up to you. But we don't provide it. But the truth is that the internet is a big issue. We doubled and tripled the lines, but still we don't have an IT department to take care of it. So I do it usually. And that's it.
So, you answered my question correctly, but I think few things were missed. So to begin with, I'll say it again. So
really
I want to book a desk. Do I have to go to co-working space and say, can I have a desk? No, I can do it online. And this is easily done. You can make your website a bit better, and people are able to actually book these things online. They don't have to call you and say, do you have a desk for me tomorrow? That's number one. Number two.
Well, I would react. I think in Czech Republic, we don't have a central system where that would happen, but there are systems like Desana or Hubble, I don't know, like few systems where when I register in, people can register and click and book a space in my co-working through other systems. It's just about knowing about them. And most of the co-workings, smaller maybe, they don't know about that.
Can I also just add on that note that sometimes the co-working space, they also filter who they want in. So the reason why you can't book it directly on the website is because they curate the community. And so sometimes they don't just want to open the space to anyone. So I think, again, in your filter of search, you have to look for maybe co-working spaces. If you want to go for the day, you should seek co-working spaces who offer day passes. That's a good indication that they're open to everyone. But then certain spaces, they really cater to particular communities, and that's why you can't book directly from their website.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but practical point of view, like I've been to places, and what happened is, we don't have a space today. Or I go in, I sit there for 30 minutes, and I'm looking at the internet, I'm like, seriously? No, I'm leaving. Or worse, and really people have to think about this, their routers are not secure. Yeah. I can literally bring it down. And I'm like, okay, I'm not sitting here, I'm going to leave this place.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to move. I've got loads of places to direct you. Everyone write down This Week in Co-working, which is a newsletter our friend Hector does, and he goes around the internet, and he scours all the top stories and what's happening in there. And one of the topics in there are always like security, and the thing that people just talk non-stop about is how to book a desk. So when I was in London, I could book a desk and it was super easy. When I moved 8 million people, thousands of co-working spaces, really easy. Great internet. When I moved to Vigo in Galicia, it is so hard to book a desk in a co-working space because bigger companies aren't interested there. So there's a lot of that stuff going on. But This Week in Co-working is a roundup of stuff, and there's a live LinkedIn stuff, and we all turn up and bitch about desk booking apps and stuff like that. It's really good fun. Who has a question? Dr. Alex?
Me.
Yes.
Because I want to answer to your comment. Thank you very much. I'm working now on a project where I develop co-working for companies, for small and medium-sized enterprises. And all the comments that you gave are those reservations companies have, why it's so hard to get them into co-working spaces or open to use, that their employees can use co-working spaces. That's why I wanted to say we need good answers for that, because in the everyday life, when a company thinks about maybe to pay the seat for their employee in a co-working space, these constraints or reservations are quite, we have to have answers for all of that. And I know there is for everything an answer or a habit how to behave in the co-working space, that it's safe for the data or so on. It's more a comment.
That's okay. Give it. I think Jose had a question there, and then we'll go to Janet, and then we'll go to Manya. Thank you. So Jose, Janet, Manya.
Yes. So I think it's the perfect moment to ask a question about technology, because we are thinking about how do we make rural areas, for example, to have better business models to support the co-working spaces. So do you know of any model that is using technology as a way for making business, or for maybe not for earning a lot of money, but for sustaining small co-working spaces?
Anyone want to jump on that?
I mean, just to ask if I understood the question, what do you mean by technology in particular?
Yeah,
What?
so, for example, is it working? Yeah. For example, these reservation apps, right? Is someone making money through that? Because the instinct that I get is, okay, rural co-working spaces are not making a lot of money, as we already know. Is technology a potential solution? Can we use technology to create new business models for micro co-working spaces in urban or rural spaces? And in that case, are the existing technology providers open enough, so that others can make money, not only them?
I'm not getting a lot of energy here, Jose.
I just wanted to see if anybody has some input. You have or
No,
no? Okay. I think it's the technology component is very important in co-working spaces because it's also shaping the experience you offer as to your coworkers. So the better the experience, as we've heard, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, but as we've heard so far, you haven't been very lucky with the co-working experiences, or at least some of them were not as good as you expected.
It's not really about my luck or bad luck. Sorry. I think it's just I'm more of when I go to places like this, because I'm an IT company owner, I observe what's happening, why is it, I observe what's happening, why is it happening. And to be honest, the question you asked is very much connected to what I've been saying. Infrastructure technology means provide infrastructure. So have your, co-workers or co-working places, I think they're not investing in technology.
But it's also very heavy investment when you're a small operator and you're not funded by any government or the European Union or anybody. Buying servers and investing in technology is very expensive. And when you start a space, it's a huge investment to start with. So
I provide actually services, and they're very economical, extremely. I don't think it's just I think it's a myth that technology means a lot of money. No, it's not. Like this booking system is few €100 investment. A few hundred. No, I do a lot. Infrastructure.
Then to build on your answer and on what you're saying, Jose, I think, yes, technology is important. Is there a way to monetize technology in rural co-working spaces? So far, I haven't seen much of it yet. Maybe you have some input on that, but it's definitely one of the ways to monetize, but I haven't seen much yet. And again, it's a circle, right? Why? Because maybe the infrastructure is not there yet to facilitate technology in rural areas also.
Yeah, maybe I jump in. I worked when I was in Switzerland since end of last year for a cooperative which is called Village Office, and now it's called Community Office in Switzerland, and we helped to develop rural co-working spaces in the smaller towns and villages in Switzerland. And one part of Village Office of the offer was also to have an approach to also let enterprises and their employees work in the smaller offices, and it was a really good benefit that we had like an app where you could book your seat somewhere in a partner space or a village office space, and then you could go there and you was automatically logged in, and your employer got the bill and had to pay. So it was a quite easy solution. And maybe also I know in Germany there are also such efforts to develop an app, especially for rural co-working spaces, to connect them, that it's easier for companies to use them and not to go to every co-working space and negotiate with them, because that's not in this word happening. So yeah, I think there are attempts, but I just know from Switzerland and Germany.
Maybe I would add an example, because the rural world, rural co-working, till I came here, I didn't thought about this word at all. I just see bigger cities, maybe smaller cities or villages. And even though we have co-working space in Prague, we are on Žižkov, in not super traffic street where people go around. We are not on metro line, and we are not big. It's 400 square meters. And actually and the COVID helped us to cut down stupid expenses. We didn't create a co-working like, okay, we have an office and a table. We just thought about it, okay, it's a space where we have a cafe bar from people going from the street and they sit for free for paying just the coffee. We had to create a different solution, so we created a podcasting studio, we created a like coaching room for coaching or mentoring. So we created more things, and all over we created a business that looks sustainable. And like money speaking, I'm open with that. We are making, the turnover is around 15 to 20,000 euros a month, which is not huge, but it's still consists in the like 4 or 5 different sources of money. And I think this is something that might happen in the smaller cities, that there's lack of, maybe there's no pub at all or no cafe, a good cafe. So there's no place where people can meet and gather. We are giving the place almost for free for this SVE, the owners of there's multiple owners of the building and they have to meet every year and complain about the elevators. So they meet at our place, and we created actually a space where people meet. And every time they call us and they're like, hey, could we use the space for something? We are NGO or we are this and that. I'm usually saying in off-peak times, yes, because we want the people to come in. We are not just like, nah, you're not business, you're not paying enough. No, it's not happening. We are trying to create a community. And I think this might work in the smaller cities, that you actually create various, I don't know, activities, culture, music, working, and all around. It's maybe built around the co-working word, but it's not co-working almost anymore. It's a mixture of things.
Let's jump to Will.
Yep.
Go on.
So it's connected to this and connected to the comments about technology. Is this okay? Yeah. And I apologize because it's sort of a comment, but also hopefully a question. My feeling is a lot of this has to do with the co-working model that you have. And if you have a model that's focused on community, or you have a model that's really sort of an executive suite or serviced office business that already existed before co-working, where infrastructure is the main thing people are looking for, is a good place to work. A lot of people who are interested in community are still looking for infrastructure, but I ran a co-working space and I wouldn't want to have a really easy way to book a seat, because I know the people who come who just want to book a seat are going to actually be a net cost on the quality of the community of the space. And the more that the emphasis is just on the quality of your desk, whether you have a good keyboard, my experience is, and I'm curious about, I guess, your feeling about it, but my experience is that it's really easy to become a space that has no community, and you have to fight actively against that. And the more you're emphasizing those things, the more you're going to get people who just want you to give them what they pay for and get out of their way, and that really has a cost.
I agree with that. So this desk booking thing, while I have been at the receiving end of having trouble booking a desk, when we did a question about, all the time in London, everyone's reimagining work and having a new desk booking app every week in London. And some of those people come to the London Co-working Assembly and we all sit around and they tell us, we want to reimagine work, and we say, well, this is what we hate and this is what we like. And then have you gone to a restaurant and now there's like Bolt Food, Uber Eats and stuff, and they have like 72 different iPads and alarms going off, and that's what it's like being a co-working space owner, and you have this endless stream of salespeople from desk booking apps, usually called Brad or Chloe, who say, hi, we really want to get you on our thing, and then they're building a community of co-working spaces, which is like another shit website with exactly the same photos, and co-workers have a blog, which is, what's the name of that space, the most used photo in co-working?
Bathhouse in New York.
Yes, an amazing photo, but it's been downloaded like 150,000 times from Unsplash and been viewed 1.5 million, and that's on a lot of co-working space things. So, and what happens, to get to the point, is a lot of co-working space people say exactly what you said, is that people that come in and use our desk for a day, they book the night before or the morning, they come in, they use it, they expect kind of like Ritz-Carlton service because they've paid, and then there's all the other community managers, community members who are a long-term, person, and they're invested in the community rather than like, where's my coffee and stuff like that. I feel like I'm having a go at you, but that's I've been in your place, and I'm with Will. Janet, did you want to add something?
Bernie, before we move on to, I just want to address one thing also that's very important to
Janet,
to talk to.
Okay.
Go on,
Pauline.
to answer a bit of what Jose was saying. Wanting technology is one thing, but understanding why you need it is another. Do you really need technology? What kind of purpose will it serve for the space? Because sometimes we all we idolize, or we have this we romanticize technology in co-working and believe that it will solve a lot of problems and challenges. But does the community actually need it or not? Can you do things without it? And it's okay if you don't need technology. Also, like, why should we try to use technology for everything? Like, it can solve some of our challenges and problems, but if it's not needed, because it's also a lot of time invested to research if there is a model behind to monetize and everything, and in the end it's investment of time, resources, financial investment that might lead to nowhere, because at the end of the day your community doesn't want it. So if you're thinking about integrating technology, have this conversation with your members before. Ask them what do they want and what kind of purpose or what kind of challenges technology can answer in any of the challenges they might need also.
Do you want to add anything before we move on to this question?
I may want to add anything. I think it's also something what is attached to the user group. So which user group are you addressing? So if you want to build a long-term community in a co-working space, then of course it actually doesn't matter kind of which technologies you have on, more or less. But if you are a really technology-driven co-working space, which maybe it's like based on short-term leases, then it's maybe interesting or more important to have this data security things. You're more focused on corporates who are coming, and this is your business model, then it's maybe way more important to have this data security, high technology. You have a lot of IT workers, programmers, then maybe switching the purpose.
Luca?
I just think that the technology would be more relevant for a fabrication lab than a co-working space itself.
Are you all right, Pavel? Do you feel you've contributed enough? Yeah. Good.
Okay, I have Maria, that's my name, and I have a completely different question about market potential. Do you see any shifts in strategies from large companies, like abandoning the main office and then having hubs and connecting them with co-working spaces? Do you see that kind of strategies growing within large corporates?
In Czech Republic, what we've seen is that corporate companies are now building their own collaborative spaces where they rotate teams to have some kind of a community, so to avoid like all work from home, so to let's circulate remote workers or those who were forced. You know, it was a benefit in the past, now it was forced to work from home. So some companies like say, okay, we will save on rents, so we build our own collaborative space and circulate teams there. So they might have some potential for collaboration. Maybe yes, maybe not. But I mean, this is just like say economic issues. They try to save some money and have people, buying more into culture, because once they stay home, might be more distant with companies themselves. So a few companies here, I wouldn't name them in particular, but I mean this was a trend happening, and if we discuss like what's the future of co-working spaces, they might attract corporate workers as well.
But they don't include co-working in their strategies.
Sorry?
They don't include co-working in their strategies, or?
I mean, not particularly, but I mean, there were some initiatives. I don't know how sustainable they are. I mean, this is all no hard data on that, just what I've seen from the news and, articles and so on. So just few of, especially IT companies went through this way, but I don't think that they planned for a co-working space as a model in particular, just that the employees don't leave suddenly the company because they are fed up with home office.
Thomas?
Yeah, I can jump in on this. I think there is now a kind of a switch going on a little bit. As we discussed also before, I think in 2015 there were the first corporate working spaces or corporate co-working spaces popping up by different bigger companies. And now you see it in Germany, also like BMW, Ernst & Young, or the Merck and so on, they have their own corporate co-working spaces Because I think there are two effects. So one from the real estate perspective, I think more and more corporates that try to make their real estate portfolio more agile, because normally you have lease contracts of 10 years, 5 to 10 years. And when you rent out co-working spaces, you can be way more agile about growing strategies and okay, on demand, I'm renting a new space. And on the other side, they found out the benefits of it, and that the teams that they send to co-working spaces, that they're more productive, they're more communicative, and they get things done more quick. So kind of there is a change going on, and the corporates are slowly but surely getting it and realizing it, that it could be, there's something, or some great potential in it. Yeah.
What I am seeing in my co-working, it's that it's not going from the companies down to the co-working, but from the co-workers up to the companies, that they are on home office, they came to our co-work and they're like, oh, maybe my company can pay for it. So they are going to us and they pay for it, but they didn't offer it. Mm-hmm. So it's like going from co-workers to the companies, not from companies to the co-workers.
Let's go Pavel and then Pauline.
I speak with a lot of business owners, and I think it comes from culture in the company. So if the company is happy that people stay in home office, co-workings, they probably will integrate it into some strategy, or they will shrink their office, and it's like, okay, part of the people will never come back to our office. But some companies say like, no, we want you to come to our office. We don't want you to be at home. We see results, you being home and you being in our office. And I know companies that have, become big offices, half empty, and they don't care. They have good business. They just don't care.
Pauline?
Just maybe to add on, I think everybody raised really great points on this question, but just to add on one example I found interesting was the French government last summer tried to test a new rule or like a new proposal with companies. So corporate companies can give stipend to their employees of, I think the amount was around 600 € a month, that employees can use to pay co-working memberships or to upgrade their setup at home if they want to. And then the company can deduct it from their taxes. This was a trial, so it's not like yet a law or anything, but they are testing to see how that gives some economical influx to co-working operators or people providing flex spaces, because employees suddenly, as you said, they often go to their employers to say, I want to go in a co-working space, but then the company doesn't necessarily pay for it. So with this rule, it kind of like, it's a win-win for everyone.
That's the whole country, all of France?
They tested it with a few companies for now, so it's not rolled out everywhere. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Janet?
My question is slightly different, but maybe to add to that, I think we see a lot of movement. One important aspect we haven't talked about is whether there's actually a legal entitlement to home office. This is something that is in the German debate quite huge. So if it's not just the strategies of the companies, but actually it's the employees demanding that rights, and being able to stay at home or in a co-working space instead of going to their headquarter offices. I think the Netherlands already has it, so it would be interesting to look, what's the development there right now at the moment. You have that? Okay. And then the other point is, if we think infrastructure and also, what companies do and how they relate to co-working, I think about ergonomics as an issue. We don't really touch up on that. And I think in Germany we have huge problems right now because the majority of smaller co-working spaces does not comply with all the kind of like legal regulations around what a proper workspace for a person, in a company looks like when they go to a co-working space. So they would actually need to invest a lot of money in making those co-working spaces according to those laws. I'm not sure if that's an international thing or if it's just a German one.
That's a thing where there's people I've known who 5 years ago people started getting excited about companies coming to their co-working spaces. And then one of the problems there's a space in Ireland in particular where the Inland Revenue turned up and said, we'd like to take 10 places. And it was about the size of this. And Patrick was like, oh my God, that's amazing. Like 10 people paying full blast, reliable player because it's Inland Revenue. And the Inland Revenue came and measured everything before. So it's like a compliance security issue. That were, the desk had to be like 3.6 inches for the wall to comply with the Australian grandfather who invented the law. It's very, very complicated. It's another one of those things like Pauline said, when you're a small business, it's probably easier not to take that because they're going to be regular payers, but a pain. Just before, have you got another point to make there? Sorry.
No, it was more a question if that's an issue, you know, if you observe that too, if that's, and how to deal with that. But I think if co-working now is becoming more attractive to these remote workers, this is going to be a big thing.
Before we go to that, we've got enough time for Janet's question and two more. I'm only taking good questions now. They've warmed up now, okay? So we've got time for two quick questions, and then we need to like run downstairs and buy another coffee because this room's needed for a workshop in Czech. And then tonight at 7 at Pavel's place.
I will do this later.
I've nearly finished. Something's happening, and I'm not going to tell you. Right. I know. All right. So, what was that question there? So let's keep it going so we can wrap up on time. What was the
It's legal framework.
legal framework?
No, mine was about ergonomics. How do you deal with that? That, you know, people come to your place and say, look, the desk is not the proper height, the chair is, I mean, if you look downstairs, the chairs, you know, you wouldn't want to sit there 8 hours. And workplace safety is not necessarily something we think about a lot, you know, because the majority of people in a co-working spaces uses a laptop, and they had, but still, you know.
This is really interesting, isn't it? Like, seriously, it is. Like, you don't take it into account when you open a space. So, who wants to go first?
I mean, on the question of ergonomics, as you said, again, similar to technology, it's always an investment. So, for smaller operators, buying a, I don't know, Vitra chair or a Miller Note chair is really expensive. Well, I mean, it is.
But you don't need that. Seriously, these are like the premium quality.
But even a good chair is an investment. Like you go.
Yeah, but it's not so expensive.
So how much?
I mean, when we bought like for entire space, and they were like certified, right? So when we bought chairs, I mean, this is now like 8 years, so you probably have to add the inflation, but that was like 130 for a certified chair. It's not a lot. When you consider it that you sit there a whole day, and it's far away from these Vitra chairs that cost like 5 times that.
What do you mean by certified chair?
Like they were so there are various classes for certification, and they were certified for a full work day.
So for 8 hours sitting?
Yes, exactly, right?
Okay.
They have to have certain features like
Tilo's
adjusting
very
the side.
passionate about furniture, guys.
I see.
No, I mean you don't need to.
I mean,
I just looked it up. I never knew anything about it, and it was like, but it's actually. They make it really easy in these shops, and it's like, okay, this is this category, and this is this category, and this is certified by ISO norm something, because Germans, you know, we have rules and norms for everything.
So then maybe the issue here is a lack of education for operators about what it means to have a good ergonomic chair. Also resources around ergonomics. How do I know if my chair is like all of those things? Maybe it's just a lack of education, as I just said. And then there are, beyond the fact that you need to invest the money, there are also, first, there are a lot of platforms that are rising right now where you can actually rent those things and not buy them. Like there is a startup that just fundraised 110 million to actually provide rental of furniture instead of buying, and they partner with brands, so it's like you don't have to buy it, you just rent, and whenever it's used, you change it. Because also in a co-working space, I mean, I used to run a space, and we bought IKEA chairs that were shit. Let's be honest. And the thing is, people don't sit on it 8 hours because the space is open whenever, so they sit on them 24/7 because they always stay in the space. So the lifespan of a chair is much smaller. It's not like a year; it's 6 months. And as an operator who is like not funded by anybody, you constantly have to change the chair because the rolls are broken, the system to sit or whatever is broken. So it's always repair.
You said that they had chairs for only 6 months and they were broken?
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I mean, we had our chairs for almost 10 years. And the only thing what we did was basically had a round of fixing in between where we had to like adjust loose screws.
It was a co-working space for heavy metal thrash bands.
I'm shocked.
What's Wendy?
I think there is only one answer on this, and this is money.
Yeah.
On every of this, like for me, my co-working, we start without money. So when I earn my first money, I go and buy a coffee machine. My chairs are borrowed from the university, you know. My data projector is from my last project. Yeah. So only things what I was thinking, okay, I need very good internet. Yeah, this is the only technology. Websites, I made it myself after half year because we don't have money for somebody who will make a website. So if you have the money, you have good chairs, good technologies, you probably want more money for hot desk there.
Well, I think in our co-working, it's always like 80-20. You know, if 80% of people comes like, hey, you have shitty chairs, I'll probably invest in them. But if sometimes somebody comes and like, hey, this is a problem, it's usually not a problem for majority of the people. But actually recently happened that coworker came and said like, if you're gonna have a lifting table so I can stand there, I'll pay a year membership. I was like, I'll buy it. So, we do it this way, that we invest in things where we see potential of attracting people. Yeah.
Just to say, we even see co-working spaces selling it as a premium. Like, they provide normal chairs, and if members want a better chair, they add, I don't know, 20 euro on their membership, and they get a better chair. So it's like a premium on the membership that the co-working somehow monetize also.
If they want to bring a great chair,
I
will label it with their name. And leave it
Chill it on the chairs, folks.
I would like to go back to Prague. This is a very beautiful city, but I don't know. I don't know data about Prague, so I would like to ask you and about the Czech Republic. So, Prague, I guess, is very attractive for remote workers and digital nomads. But I'm also guessing that first and second tier cities are attracting people that moved to Prague to live and work, and now they can go back to their cities. Because if it was the first time, it's the first time I'm in Prague, I can see that there is a kind of monopoly by Airbnb. All the city center is almost, this is what I also read on the newspaper. So I see that the real estate prices, I think that real estate prices in Prague are very high. So perhaps thanks to this revolution, people can go back can move to second and third tier city to live and work and come to Prague once in a while when they have to meet customers and so on. Is it correct what I'm saying? Because I don't know. I didn't study the data, so I don't know. Or what's your feeling?
Well, for example, you mentioned Airbnb. And Airbnb dropped a lot, like from, let's say, 10,000 apartments to maybe 1,500, like 1,000, 2,000 Airbnb rental flats because of the governmental suppressions by taxation, everything, and by COVID as well. So I think the Airbnb helped for digital nomadism, that the people came into areas without the hotels or pensions. But I see that this question to me is.
He doesn't know the question.
Yeah, I think in Prague.
What's happening in Prague? This is my question.
What's happening in Prague in terms of?
In terms of migration of people outside from the city.
I don't see big migration. I don't see big migration. If I would, let's say, okay, you pay one membership and you can access 10 coworkings in Central Czech Republic, people don't use it so much. There are traveling people, business people, they meet at coffee places, they sometimes meet at coworking places, but they don't care so much.
So it's like that you have to be in Prague.
Well, you don't have to be in Prague. What do you mean?
No, because if they didn't move out, it means that they have to be in Prague.
Well, if they move out, I don't know if they come back to the meeting in the co-working space. So I don't see. I see that people come and meet, but since we have, for example, a coffee place, they usually meet there because the backspace, the co-working space, is more silent, not set for meetings, which is usually a bit different setup. But maybe you have different experience. I don't know.
I'm not from Prague, but.
I think Pavel would have an answer for it.
Because we need to consider several issues there. Okay, so
we've got like 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. Just Pavel Bednar for Thomas Bach University as well. So we need to consider several issues. The first issue is the family stage of the particular person, and the second issue is which business would like to consider, right? Because we know that, for example, in the Wenceslav Square, right, there are some co-working spaces which is more, let's say, about lawyers and something else, or staff. But of course, regarding the inner city, right? So which is around like Zvyškov or let's say Karlin or Holešovice or Smíchov. There is a specific places, let's say, for more IT people or for creative industries people. So this is the first issue. And of course, what we know from our city, from Zlín, right? We know that if you would like to start your business, so after that you need to move to Prague to find critical mass for your customers as well as connections to, for example, to let's say ministries or other people in local companies or national or foreign companies headquarters. And when you build your network, when you build your business, so after that there are some people, let's say for example from our city, which is actually a very peripheral one, that they consider, okay, still I am full of living in Prague with plenty of people, right, with higher prices for rent houses, and after that I would like to move back to my place, right, because of course I would like to set my family, okay, I would like to build my house, or I can use my family, my house of my families, to, let's say, to increase it at, and of course to have a quiet living with, for example, with connection of Prague, right? This is the reason. But the main issue is that what we said in Zlín, there is a lack of people who can manage, if your company is growing in peripheral areas, very peripheral, I don't discuss, let's say Brno or something like this, there is a problem with finding people who are able to manage your increasing business. I mean, some mentors who have experiences with small and medium enterprises. This is the issue, right? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to leave this room because I was just trying to add some drama to it. Listen, you can find all these people on the website. Just keep in contact. There's loads of events every year. I would go through them all, but it will take ages. Can you stand up, folks? How beautiful are they? And ladies and gentlemen, the man ladies love and the man men want to be, Marco.
It's fine, yeah. Oh, so thank you so much for coming and all that stuff. So what is like really, really important is, can you just can you show the slide? Show the slide. My technical dude. The website. Okay, so because there is also an evening event in Pavel's co-working space, which is just around the corner, called Pracouna. And essentially Pauline will be presenting with Dimitar their book, and also Pavel will be presenting their initiative of local co-working space, like stuff, like which is quite important. What's also really important, we'll have bears and chlebičky, which are like little Czech sandwiches and stuff, which will like really warm up the soul. So please come and let's socialize and discuss this smart stuff. And see you soon. Yeah, just sign some papers with there, like with Ivana, please. Thank you so much, and that's it. Thanks. Thanks.